Good morning from the Connery playing field where the match is about to commence. The Windward Islands team, they are in the field. They lost the toss. Jamaica won the toss. Forced Jamaica and Windwards playing today. And Jamaica won the toss and decided to take first knock. I say good morning to my good friend Gary Pemberton.
Good morning to you, Smitten, and good morning to listeners. As we are about to bring the opening session of this encounter, Windwards versus Jamaica. Jamaica won the toss and decided to bat. So we'll wait and see if the Jamaicans can put up a good total in this game versus the Windwards against Guyana. They only managed 94.
The captain today is Rashida Williams. Stephanie Taylor is not in the team today. We saw the first delivery coming from Janelia Glasgow from the far end. But just to give you a rundown of the Jamaican team, it's Rashida Williams, the captain, Kenisha Ferron, Natasha McLean, Shedeen Nation, Jodie Ann Brown, Nisha Ann Wasom, Nicole Campbell, Vanessa Watts, Selena White, Lena Scott, and Shireen Burnett. But a notable omission, Gary, the official captain of the Jamaica team, Stephanie Taylor, not in the team today. I understand that she might be injured.
Yes, she appeared to be carrying an injury. She got an injury in the last game here.
That one was driven back, no run. So the captain today being Rashada Williams, she has taken first strike. Jamaica yet to get off the mark. But the Windward Islands team, it's Afi Fletcher captain Janelia Glasgow, who is bowling at the moment. And as Jamaica gets their first run, and the captain captain for today, Rashida Williams, is off the mark. So Windwards, Afi Fletcher, Janelia Glasgow, Malika Edwards, Timon Homer, Cassie Williams, Namaya Marceline, Amy Gilbert, Pearl Etienne, Nerissa Crafton, Kiana Joseph, Karina Noel, and Tracy Byron. And the Windwards making one change from their last match which was played at St. Paul's against Barbados, a match which they lost. And Zadia James not in the team today, and Tracy Byron being brought back into the team. But Gary, when we look at the competition so far, I think both of these teams today are playing maybe to advance their position, probably for pride. Barbados, they're certainly well out in front with 16 points. That one was outside the half stump from Glasgow as the first over comes to an end with just one run being scored.
Yes, quiet over there. Ball by Jamila Glasgow from the far end. Only one run came from that over. And as you indicated, this is the final round of matches in the Super 50 competition. So you can safely say that the Barbados team will be the winners, will win Super 50 2023 here in St. Kitts. They're on 16 points from their 4 matches. Trinidad and Tobago, they are on 10 from 4. Windwards on 8 from 4. Guyana also on 8 points, but Windwards, they have a better net run rate. And Jamaica 4th or on 5th with 4 points, and the Leewards at the bottom with 2 points.
Yeah, so Barbados, as you said, in an unassailable position. They have won all their matches, and we're into the 5th round. And whereas Trinidad and Tobago on 10, they won 2, lost 1, and there was a no result against the Windward Islands, a match which was rained out here at Connery last in fact on Monday. But it's a relatively quiet start here with Jamaica looking to get a good start. It's a 50 over affair. And of course the umpires in this match, Candice Lavard, she is at the residing end. And the other umpire, Ryan Banwari, he's at square leg. Etienne is the bowler coming from the media center end. C. Williams there defending, and it's been a very quiet start by the Jamaican batters. Field is a slip, third man back on the boundary. There's also a gully, there's a backward point, and what could be considered to be more of an extra cover as opposed to being a cover in position. That's Glasgow. And Byron, who has been brought in the team today, Tracy Byron, she is at mid-off. Noel is at mid-on. Is also short mid-wicket inside the 30-yard circle. And a long leg right back on the boundary. Conditions here are pristine. Not much cloud in the sky. We see a lot of, well, we do see some clouds, but we are seeing more blue than white. And just some white fluffy clouds. Nothing suggests that we might get any rain in the near future. So conditions are ideal for batting. But here is Williams first shot in anger, looking to swing it into the onside, and was taken on the pad.
Well, maiden over, the second over ball by Etienne from this media center end. The last delivery was on the leg stump. She was looking to heave it over the onside. She missed it, the appeal went up, but it was obviously going down the onside. In terms of the batting though for the season, we are Keshona Knight, she has scored 275 runs, a strike rate of 86, average of 91.7. Hayley Matthews, she's in second with 177 runs, average 59, strike rate 115. Natasha McLean of Jamaica, 150 runs, average 75, with a strike rate of 93.75.
Some misfeeling going on there by Tracy Byron, and the batters were able to get a single, but Janelle Glasgow is continuing from the far end, and there's a slip. The keeper forces Marcelin. Captain.
The keeper is actually Williams.
Casey Williams, Casey Williams, who actually came in for Fontaine, and here we are seeing the first boundary, Gary, driven up to long on by Williams, getting a good 4.
Yes, a good shot, and she was able to pick up that boundary. So Williams with that 4, she has gone on to 5. She has faced some 11 balls.
So it's 6 on a loss. We are in the third over. So Cassie Williams, the keeper, she was not in the squad originally. There was Fontaine who kept wicket. Marcelin also kept wicket. Fontaine, I'm not too certain if she is injured or if she left the squad, but she is not in the Windward squad. Jamaica, of course, they have had a poor run in the tournament so far. And just in the last round of matches, they was dismissed for 94 by Guyana. And Guyana won that match by the Duckworth-Lewis method. Jamaica 94 from 40.3 overs, Stephanie Taylor 15 and McLean 31. With Ghana's be getting 2 for 23 for Guyana, Millington 3 for 21 and Shanita Grimon 2 for 20. Asmina Munisa 2 for 15 and Guyana in reply they scored 67 for 7 from 22.2 overs. They had to achieve that target in some 28 overs, and when Rain finally ended the game, they had won by Duckworth-Lewis.
So 3 overs have been completed here at the Conway playing field. Jamaica 100,000 batting, and there are 6 without loss. Williams is on 5 and Kenisha Ferron is on 1. This is the final round of the Super 50 competition, and some of these batters we're looking to get some runs to see if they can nudge the selectors. But we are not seeing anyone else apart from the usual suspects who would have done well in this competition, Smitten.
Well, Stephanie Taylor, for example, has not done well. I think her highest score in the tournament so far might have been 15. She's not playing today. And she, of course, has been one of the better performers for West Indies over the years. But as you rightly said, we have not seen anyone who have really stood out in terms of the batting in the teams we have seen so far. Well, apart
from the usual suspect, no new person has really done, because the persons who are making runs are the persons who have been making runs for their teams over the years.
Yes, and for Leeward, of course, the more consistent batter has been Saxena. And she would have done fairly well with the bat. For the Leewards, in fact, Saxena has had a high score of some 44, and she has 78 runs in the tournament so far, with an average of 39. But it's the usual suspect, as you said, Gary. When you look at the runs scored, Knight with 240, Matthew with 177, McLean 150, Afi Fletcher 148, Aline for Barbados has 113. Saw from Trinidad and Tobago. She has had some runs. She has had a half century, and she has not done too badly either. In fact, she has a high score of 68, but she's just averaging just about 27. And certainly players like Brittany Cooper, she's averaging 24.75, and Kaisen Knight just averaging just about 26. So no real new players coming to the fore in terms of the batting this year. This is an area in which the West Indies women have fallen down over the years.
Not only the women, the men's team as well, the batsmen have not been performing as I'm sure most persons would have been expecting them to perform. So maybe it's a general thing throughout the West Indies in recent times, and so maybe the new president would have some work to do in terms of getting our cricket back to where it should be, or where we would like it to be. So we see the 4th over has been completed, and the projected score based on the current run rate is only 88, and they're currently scoring at 1.75. Jamaica would have made 94 in the last game. So over number 5 is about to start.
The Jamaican batting rather pedestrian at this point, as you said a while ago. 4.1 overs now, and just some 7 runs, and scoring at less than 2 runs per over. But it's a 50 over, and the Jamaican batters would be looking to give their team a good solid start. There we see some fumbling by Glasgow at backward point, allowing Williams to pick up another run. So William with that single goes to 6, and Ferron is on 1. So Williams 6 from 17 deliveries and Ferron 1 from 9 deliveries. The Windwards bowling, though, Gary, it has been pretty steady and good at times. And perhaps they might have been guilty of making a few errors in that match against Trinidad in particular. That is a match I thought that the Windwards should have won. But we saw some bad decisions being made by the captain and some bad bowling changes, and in the end we saw Trinidad coming from behind and winning that match. Windwards, of course, in that match scored 150 from 44.3 overs, and Trinidad and Tobago won, losing 8 wickets. And they certainly fought back at the end. But it's a match that was going the Windwards' way for most parts. And in the end, they lost that match. But I'm certain they would be looking to do a lot better today against the Jamaica team. And Jamaica, on the other hand, would be looking to do a lot better. Also, would be looking to at least chalk up another victory. They have just won just the one game. Wide signal. So it's 9 for no loss. Which has played well so far.
Yes, it's a good batting strip here at Connery, and Jamaica will looking to make full use of that. But so far they're only scoring at 1.80 runs per over. After 5 overs, they are 9 without loss, with Kenisha Ferron on 1, and Williams, the captain, the standing captain, she is on 6. And in terms of the bowling, we tell you that the Windward Islands, Kiana Joseph, she is topping the bowling in terms of number of wickets. She has had 16 wickets, an average of 6.06, and a coming rate of 2.77. Keela Elliott of Barbados, she has 12 wickets. Hayley Matthews of Barbados, she has 9. And Selena White of Jamaica, she has 9 wickets as well. And see the winners persisting with the opening bowlers. They have been able to keep things tight here at Connery. And so they'll be hoping to start to get some wickets and maybe put some pressure on Jamaica. And Windwards, as you indicated, would have started well. They would have won the first two matches and went down to Trinidad and Tobago. They would want to end the competition with a victory.
Of course, to Gary, you just mentioned the bowling figures in the the top bowlers in the tournament so far. And in that, we have had 2 hat tricks. We saw Keanu Joseph picking up a hat trick at Warner Park against the Windwards. And on Monday, we also saw Haley Matthew picking up a hat trick against the Windward Islands. So these two, they have performed creditably. And it's good though, Gary, to see players like Haley Matthew of international repute really dominating in this tournament. Not just with the bat, but also with the ball.
Well, you expect as an international player, you come back to play in the regional competition, you're expected to do well, and that is what is expected of our international players, to do well when you come back in the regional competition. You stamp your authority, and that's what Matthews has been doing.
This is a good drive by Williams, and fumbled there by Tracy Byron, tied it up by Glasgow, and Rashada Williams was able to come back for the second. But 2 runs have been hard to come by so far for the Jamaican team. Rashada Williams, she's looking confident, but she has not been able to really pick up singles and probably find the gaps at will. And this is reflected in the scoreboard: 6 overs for 11 runs.
All right, so 6 overs have been completed. Both opening bowlers, they have completed 3 overs. And now it seems as if the change of bowling at the far end. So the first change has come, at the start of over or after the sixth over. And it's
Carolina Noel will pick up the attack from the far end. And it will be interesting to see how the Jamaican batters handle the spin attack. The Windwards, of course, rely heavily on spin. There's Keanu Joseph. We might see her into the attack shortly. Of course, there's the captain, Afi Fletcher. But Noel is bowling right arm medium pacers. And she starts well, just outside the off stump. And through it went to Cassie Williams. No shot offered by Ferron, the right-handed Ferron for Jamaica. This time she's beating the inner field and going out towards and cover and back quickly for the second run, and that's good run into by the Jamaican batters. So Ferron picking up a good 2.
Yeah, good 2 runs, and that would help to add to the momentum in terms of the scoring rate. They would want to pick up the scoring rate as things go on, because you want to put a good score on the scorecard or on the scoreboard for the Windward Islands to chase.
I suspect too that the Jamaican batters would be mindful of the fact that they have not been doing too well with the bat being bowled out for some 94 in the last match against Guyana. And one sense is that they're trying very hard here to get a good start.
And in that game, the last game where they made 94, they batted 40.2 overs. So they probably would want to try and bat all of the overs. That would be the first aim of the Jamaica team, to try and bat all the 50 overs.
But I mean, 40 plus overs for 94 runs in a 50 over match, that's pretty slow going, and that suggests that there's not much confidence in Jamaican batting, because it's it suggests that it's a team that is looking to survive, not to really get on top and not to really get some runs. But here's Williams getting a good shot. In fact, it goes into the straight mid-wicket boundary for 4. That's a good shot. It was airborne, but well played away over the head of the fielder there at short mid-wicket. The fielder is inside the 30-yard circle, and the ball, once it got past the raced away to the boundary for 4.
Well, a welcome boundary for Williams and the Jamaica team.
So they're now 18 for no loss. And Williams 12 from 25 deliveries. Kenisha Ferron, she has 3 from 17 deliveries. So Glasgow has bowled 3 overs for 8 runs. And seems as though Etienne will continue from this, the media center end. But I'm sure the introduction of perhaps Kiana Joseph is not too far away. This is the ground on which she did pretty well. She would have picked up 4 wickets here in the first match she played against Guyana.
So you indicated that the Jamaica, they would have batted 40.2 overs in the first game, but we're not sure of how much cricket the ladies are playing. So I'm thinking that the longer the competition goes, I guess, the more overs these players will want to bat. And I think the good thing is that they would want to try and bat as many overs as possible, because that will help with your confidence as well, and you could also help to work on your technique. And being in the wicket, you can work on certain things, and that's what the Jamaicans probably would want to do. But at the same time, though, you would want to increase the scoring rate.
Yes, and we saw the Leeward Islands being bowled out for 59 the other day, but in the next match they came back and they should have won that match against, I think it was against Ghana, when they were looking to score 167, 68 to win that match, and they fell just about 1 run short, and they still had a wicket in hand at the end of. In fact, they batted the
50 overs, both teams,
50 overs, which was very good. So certainly that's a sign of improvement.
Yes, and that is what you want from your players. I know it is a competition and you want to make a lot of runs, but you don't want to be dismissed with 20 plus overs remaining. You still want to ask and encourage the batters to bat as long as possible and bat as many overs as they can. So Jamaica off to a slow start, and the good thing is that they have not lost a wicket as yet, because in the first in the game that they played against Guyana, they would have lost the wicket with the score, the first wicket when the score 1-2.
This could be close. In fact, it's given. She swiveled into a wicket, a delivery which I felt might have stayed down a bit. The batter, Williams, she is not too happy, doesn't seem to be too happy with the decision, but that one certainly could have clipped the top off, and she was out leg before to Etienne. But Gary, I don't think that one would have got up as much as she anticipated, and she was looking to swing it into the onside. And was taken on the pattern, leg before. It
would be good to see the replay, but she was looking to swing it. She played across the line a bit. She missed it, and umpire Laborde sending her on her way. So the Jamaicans losing the first wicket with a score on 19, and I'm sure the captain Rashida Williams would have wanted to stay there and play a good innings for her team, but that was not to be. And so they have lost the first wicket, and Windwards certainly are elated that they would have been able to get the wicket of the captain of the Jamaica team, the standing captain, as was indicated before. Taylor is not playing in this game, and we're suspecting that she might be carrying an injury. That's why she's not playing. And the new batter for Jamaica, Scott, is the new player, the new batter for Jamaica. And the Windwards will be hoping that they can continue to pick up wickets and see if they can restrict the Jamaicans to below 100 runs.
So Lena Scott and Etienne picking up, drawing first blood here for the Windward Islands. And she gets one outside off, which she does not play at. Was the umpire giving
She was a bit fortunate not to be called a wide. That looked to me from this vantage point might have just passed just outside the line. But the umpire is in the best position.
Yeah, and certainly it was moving further away as it pitched. So probably a bit of fortune there, as you said, Guy, for the bowler.
So 8 overs gone. Jamaica 19 for 1. And the batsman out. Williams just out LBW to Etienne. Scott has faced one delivery. And Kenisha Ferron, she'll be facing up to Noel from the far end. She's on 4 from 21.
So 4 wides being signaled there. As that one beat the keeper, beat everyone and ran down to a very straight fine leg position for 4. So 4 welcome runs there for Jamaica. 24 for 1 it is now. And we are in over number 9. Of course, Jamaica won the toss and opted to take first knock, with Stephanie Taylor not in the squad today. There is Ferron turning nicely up to mid-wicket, but can't beat Etienne, who is stationed there. So there's no run. It's a rather pleasant day here, though, at the Connery playing field. Noel is operating with a slip, a backward point, cover, extra cover mid-off. So the emphasis is on bowling and off stump length. But here's a good shot by Ferron. Well, just a single. They took the first one rather slowly. Could have been a lot quicker and perhaps could have put a bit more pressure on the fielder Crafton. And just this single.
That was a good delivery to bring up the end of that over from Noel ball, which just touched on just on about the off stump and came back in towards the new batter, Scott. And so over number 9 has been completed, 25 for 1, and the count is scoring at 2.78 runs per over. And it seems as though Etienne will continue from the media center end. She has picked up 1 for 4 from her 4 overs. So she has been a successful bowler. She would have gotten the wicket of Williams in her previous over. So maybe the captain entrusting faith in her that she can get another wicket or two. So she will be bowling her 5th over from this the media center end.
Bowling has been steady, but we have not seen much, if any, movement at all, either from the seamer through the ear. As I've said, it's a very pleasant day, good conditions in which to bowl. There's the slightest of breeze just blowing across the field. But the bowling, although it has been steady, it has not been exceptional. It has not suggested penetration. Williams, in fact, got out to what would be considered to be a poor shot. Oh my goodness.
She came across and her stumps and was struck in front because she came inside of our wicket and came inside the stumps, and she was looking to work it into the onside. And umpire Laborde stuck the fatal finger in the air, and Jamaica, they have lost the 2nd wicket. And Scott has been LBW to Etienne for duck.
And that finger certainly went up rather quickly. As you rightly said, she was into a wicket, and she was struck. The ball ran down towards fine leg, and she was sent on her way. So Jamaica not really advancing this scoreboard at any great rate, and losing a 2nd wicket. We are in over number 10, and the score is just 25 for 2. So
the batter who has made runs for Jamaica, Natasha McLean, has come in at number 4. She has amassed a total of 150 runs thus far for the season. She's a hard-hitting batter, and I'm sure she's looking to spend some time in the middle and see if she can end the series, end the competition on a high, maybe making a century here for her team, Smitten.
Well, Jamaica certainly needs a century here from McLean today. They're 25 for 2, and not doing too well at this point. And I think though the batters need to try and rotate the strike a bit more. They need to try and look for some more singles, and they're probably putting pressure on themselves. We saw 2 batters probably going a bit across the line.
So McLean, she has time here just in over number 10. We have all of 50 overs remaining, and she would have gotten a single with the first ball, so she's off the mark. But you have lots of time if she wants to bat and bat long, but hope she can get some good support as well from the other players. So with that single, the total has gone on to 26. And we have seen some 2-4s being struck in the Jamaican innings thus far. Etienne has picked up both wickets that have fallen.
And Jamaica has to take into consideration too that the Windward Islands, they have not gotten out of the 150s so far for the season. They have batted twice. They would have scored 150 in one of their matches, and in another match they would have scored 155. In fact, that would have been. In fact, they batted second against Barbados. They insulted Barbados. They won the toss and insulted Barbados, and going after some 228 runs, 229 to win. They managed to get to 155 with some rear guard action from batters like Etienne and Crafton. Etienne was not out on 22 in that particular match, but The Windward Islands team, Jamaica should be cognizant of the fact that anything in excess of 160 could perhaps pose some problems for the Windward Islands team. So they need to put a score on the board if they are to be competitive.
And McLean would have to steady if Jamaica to put a competitive score on the scoreboard at 26 for 2. We are at the start of the 11th over. And McLean would have to stay there, or Scott would have to stay there with McLean and see if they can put on a good partnership. So McLean look like has intentions of batting long for the Jamaicans today. This is the final match, and she would want to end on a high. And if she stays there, she normally scores quickly and could put pressure on the Windward Islands.
We've had the first power play done, 10 overs gone. Of course, we have seen Etienne picking up a couple wickets. And I was just wondering if this might not be an opportune time with McLean fresh at the crease to perhaps bring Kiana Joseph into the attack, or even the captain herself.
Ooh, she just played a poor shot. That was a delivery. She was looking to swing into the onside, but might have been going on the on. But she has to be careful because the two previous batters, they were looking to play across the line and were given out LBW. And McLean would not want to give her hands away in that fashion.
There's a lovely shot, Gary, just backward of point and down to the boundary for 4. Just opening the face of the bat and guiding it to the backward point boundary for 4. That one really whizzed away.
Well, it was wide. It was asking to be hit. And McLean needed no invitation, and she went after it and played it beautifully for 4. So she has gone on to 5. And Jamaicans, they are 30 for 2 with one delivery remaining in over number 11.
Yes, Gary, I was wondering if it might not be a good move for the Windward Islands captain. Here's another good shot. This one is pulled down to the square leg boundary for 4. It was short, and McLean swiveled into a wicket and swung it forward of square down to the square leg boundary for 4. So consecutive boundaries and a very good shot by McLean.
Right, consecutive boundaries to bring up the end of over number 11. So McLean, as I indicated, once she is in the middle, you'll get runs. But she also has to be careful because she would have attempted that same shot in a couple balls earlier. She would have missed it. She was struck on the pad. Was obviously going on the onside. This time she connected and was able to get the boundary. So she has to be mindful if the ball probably keep low, she could be in some trouble. And you've been asking for Joseph, and now Joseph has been brought into the attack from the media center end. So she has replaced Etienne, and Kiana Joseph, she has picked up some 16 wickets. She's the leading wicket taker in the competition so far, and now she's coming from the media center end.
Yes, and a good move there by Afi Fletcher, bringing Joseph, your leading wicket taker, into the attack. She against Barbados, she only picked up the 1 wicket. I think she picked up one for 45 or thereabout, and she was not too successful in that particular match. And yes, in fact, she picked up one for 45 against Barbados, but she is a key bowler in this Windward Islands attack. So a good move there by Fletcher. They have picked up 2 wickets, 34 for 2. 11 overs completed, and they will be looking to get more wickets at this juncture. Scott has been there. She, in fact, went to the crease before McLean's, but she's yet to get off the mark. Although McLean would have faced at least one more delivery than at this stage. Packed offside field, a slip, backward point, cover, extra cover. In fact, 2 extra covers and the mid-off. And on the onside, there's a mid-on, straight mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, right back on the boundary. In the matches I've seen, Gary, I've not seen any of the wickets really turning that much.
Well, you were not at Warner Park in the last game because the spinners at Warner Park would have gotten a lot of turn and bounce out of the pitch at Warner Park. The same game between Jamaica and Guyana.
Perhaps that might have explained the run of low scores in that particular match. Both teams, 94 by Guyana, and in reply, just some 67 for 7 Jamaica.
So a maiden over completed by Joseph for first over, and Jamaica 12 overs have been completed. They have 34 for 2. They are scoring at just about 1.42 runs per over. And then there's now another bowling change at the far end. Fletcher, the captain of the Windwards team, has brought herself in from the far end.
Quite anticipated at this point. Noel, who was operating from that particular end, she was not really troubling the batters. In fact, the last 2 deliveries she delivered, she was struck for boundaries by McLean, and she has been taken out of the attack, and the captain rightly bringing herself on, and she seems to be making the right moves today. Fletcher, I've not been too impressed with the captaincy so far in this tournament, and I've seen all of the Windward Islands matches. With a bit of bounce there, first delivery from Fletcher. Of course, she's bowling right arm wrist spin over the wicket and extracting some bounce immediately. And she has not only extracted bounce, she has extracted the prize scalp of McLean. McLean was looking to sweep it into the onside. It was in the air, was swept in the air down to Edward, who waited on it and took the catch quite gleefully. And Jamaica in tons of trouble, losing the informed McLean, who was caught off the bowling of Fletcher. And she had scored just some 8 runs?
9.
9 runs, in fact. She had scored 9.
And that's what I was alluding to, that the batters, they have lots of time to bat. And McLean, one of the premier batters in the Jamaica team, with the absence of Stephanie Taylor, she should have been looking to play a long innings for Jamaica. And the first over from Fletcher, and she was looking to sweep a ball, and she only got it down towards the square leg area where she was out caught, and she must be disappointed because it's a good batting strip, and she would have wanted to steady and bat. So Jamaica certainly are up against it, and they're hoping that they can get a partnership. But it seems as though that the Windwards will continue to try and put the pressure on the Jamaican team. And the new batsman is Shedeen Nation. She is a good player as well. She wants to get amongst the runs. I don't think she has been getting amongst the runs thus far, and she would want to play a good innings.
Well, she has had some 62 runs in the 4 games so far, off the mark immediately, with a high score of 32 against Barbados. But she's just averaging some 22 in the 4 matches she has played. But Shadi Nation, of course, is a West Indies player, and certainly there would be a lot of importance attached to her wicket. But Fletcher coming on and immediately getting another wicket, getting the breakthrough.
And Scott, who has been there for some 11 deliveries, she has not gotten off the mark as yet. She'll be facing up to the skipper of the Windwards team, Fletcher. Current runway 2.80, rain over number 13. Fletcher is bowling her first over.
That was a similar delivery to that got McLean out. It was tossed up on the pad and McLean was sweeping in the air. This time the batter, Scott, was playing it along the ground.
Another good delivery. She was beaten, and the keeper Williams had the bails off, but her back leg was grounded. It was a delivery touchdown just on about the sender off stump and spun away from Scott, who was playing across the line.
This has been a very good over by Effie Fletcher. She has certainly troubled the batters. In fact, that last delivery was a good delivery. It seemed to be spinning slightly across the batter Scott, and she rather gingerly eased it into the offside, and she's still on 0. But while she's there, she certainly would get runs. Of course, she can't get runs in the pavilion, but the spin twin for the Windwards in action. Kiana Joseph, of course.
So that last over from, well, the first over that Fletcher ball, she wasn't afraid to flight those deliveries, and she was able to be successful.
Yes, and you know, the Jamaican batters, even from the start, they seem to have dug themselves into a hole. So it seems as though they're afraid to go for attempt shots, and this provides an opening for the Windward Island bowlers to give it some air, try to tempt them into an aggressive shot. But this is a good shot by Nation, driven down to long on. Noel Fields sends a good return, which breaks the stumps, but Nation was well home.
And you can see Joseph is not afraid to flight those deliveries to Nation, and Nation pushing that down to long on.
Is she tossing it up again? Half-hearted appeal. Now Joseph showing a bit of aggression. It was played back to her. The batter not really looking to leave her ground, but she threw it back towards the stumps. And
so 14 overs have been completed, 36 for 3, scoring rate 2.57. The projected score from here on in, once they continue to score, that is 129. And I'm sure that would not be a challenging score for the Windward Islands.
But you can never tell, huh? You can never tell, but certainly Jamaica would be looking to get a lot more than 129 to give themselves a good chance. Interestingly, Fletcher seems to be directing a lot of her deliveries on the part of the left part of the batters, probably trying to lure them into. Oh my goodness, this is a bad miss there on the boundary by Etienne, going right through her at mid wicket and going down to the boundary for 4. Poor fielding that time.
Giving up a boundary to the Jamaican team, I'm sure they will be happy with that. But poor bit of fielding on the boundary. And with that 4, Nation has gone on to 8. Scott is still not yet off the mark after facing some 16 deliveries.
Oh, this one spins right across the batter Nation and taken by the keeper, stumps broken. But she seems to be getting a bit of grip, Fletcher, bowling from that far end. And bounce also. He is one bouncing and turning again. So she looks a bit dangerous at this point.
That one held its own. It came straight through the batter, and the Nation just pushed the bat down the strip. So I feel Fletcher is not afraid to flight those deliveries. She has been getting some turn and bounce. So we have seen the completion of the 15th over, 40 for 3. 2.67 is the current run rate, and the projected score is 134.
Jamaica, for most parts, has been below 3 runs for over. And the Windwards certainly have been able to control things out there.
And they have been able to get to the overs quickly too, because less than just about 55 minutes of play, and they've already bowled some 15 overs. So well, the spinners are in operation as well, and that would have contributed to that fact. So Joseph now will go between the umpire and the stumps, and she'll be bowling to Scott, who is not yet off the mark.
Uh, 17 deliveries yet to score. There's a ring of fielders in the offside. It's a very packed offside field, and she's looking to force it through, but it goes straight up to extra cover. I think Joseph is bowling a bit too short. No, she is tossing one or two up, but I think her length, well, here she tossing up, but it was rather slow, and probably not the right length to lure the batter into an aggressive shot. This one is much better, but punched into the offside up to Byron, who fields and no run.
Another maiden over for the Windward Islands. Joseph bowled at maiden over, so he has 3 overs, 1 run, no wicket. And after 16 overs, Jamaica 40 for 3, projected score 125. They're scoring at 2.50 runs per over, and the Windwards certainly will be happy with the way things have gone. The Jamaicans have not really run away with the scoring rate, and so they have been able to pick up 3 wickets. And Jamaica still have some 34 overs remaining, and Nation would want to steady a play along in innings for Jamaica. Windwards would want to continue to pick up wickets.
But interesting move here, Gary. Tracy Byron is being brought into the attack from the far end, replacing Afi Fletcher, who he thought had a very good over, and she appeared to be troubling the batters. And I'm wondering if this is really the correct move at the moment, unless she's looking to switch around herself and Kiana Joseph. But certainly, she was getting good bounce and some grip bowling from the far end. But she has brought Tracy Byron into the attack. And she starts with a very innocuous delivery. Very slow through the air, shortish on the leg stump. It should have been put away for 4, but Nation certainly didn't capitalize on that one. It's Gilbert who is coming in from the far end. This one is given a lot of air and driven upishly down to long on by Scott, and Scott finally gets off the mark. One sure thing, though, Gilbert is not afraid to toss it up. She's really giving it an exaggerated amount of air.
Yes, she's really not afraid to loop it up and give it some flight to tease the Jamaican batters. But you don't want to get caught up in trying to hit those what appear to be full deliveries and then give your hands away, your wicket away.
Yeah, those deliveries could be very tricky to play. Reminds me of a particular bowler in Nevis, Gary. I suspect you know who I'm speaking of. Was very slow through the air.
I have an idea.
Yes. And I'm ashamed to say he got my wicket one time. It was tossed up, I went after it, and I probably swung about half an hour too early, and I was bowled down.
So we have come to the end of the first hour, so this is now a water break. The Jamaicans, after winning the toss and batting, they are 44 for 3 from 17 overs. And so the Windwards would have done well. They would have picked up 3 wickets. And they have been able to get 17 overs in the first hour. So in terms of the over rate, it has been pretty good by the Windwards.
Oh yes, it has been an excellent over rate. The opening bowlers, they do not come off long runs. And of course, they would have employed the 3 spinners so far, and Jamaica not really capitalizing on a good batting track. They of course won the toss and opted to take first knock, and Windwards of course they've kept things relatively tight. They bowled good lines and length, but the bowling has not been threatening by any means, and somehow I sense that there's a lack of confidence in the Jamaican batting. We saw some early aggression by McLean, who struck consecutive boundaries, but she didn't last too long. And Certainly, she would have liked to stay there for a while, and try and propel the scoreboard forward, because certainly she has the ability. She's an aggressive player. She certainly has the ability, and in fact, she would have started pushing the scoring along, but she didn't last too long, and probably playing an ill-advised shot, looking to sweep, probably taking the top half of the bat and going down to short backward square to be caught by Edward. So a critical blow is struck there by the Windward Islands. But Gary, that bowling change by Afi Fletcher.
In the breeze, Smittens, I mean that there's a good cooling breeze coming across the Connery outfield. So Fletcher has swung herself around towards the media center end. So maybe that's the reason why she would have brought on Gilbert from the far end to bring herself from the media center end.
Yes, I was wondering if she would have been thinking in terms of making such a move. Because she certainly was bowling well from the far end, and perhaps she might bring Joseph from the other end. Who knows, she might persist with Gilbert, but certainly a good move there by Fletcher.
So maybe she's thinking with the breeze coming across the field here at Connery, she can get some more turn and bounce. And at first delivery, the batter, Scott, just pushed it back down the strip, and Fletcher fields to her own bowling. Good sunshine. She was driving, misses, taken behind by the keeper. So a ball which was flighted up on the off stump, and Scott was looking to drive. She missed it. The bails were removed by Cassie Williams, but the back leg of Scott was grounded. So we see in the distance, it's still sunshine here, but it's a dark cloud in the east. And Farron is guiding the ball down towards the back of the point area. Jamaica winning the toss, and they're scoring at 2.51 runs per over. Projected score 125. Into the big drive. Should be out. She is caught. So there was Farron looking to swing into the onside. Got out part of the bat, went high in the air, and the catch was taken. And the Jamaicans have lost another wicket, 4 wickets down, with the score on 44.
Yes, not a very good shot by Scott, who has been there for some time. And effectively, she would have wasted a number of deliveries. In fact, she batted for some 20 deliveries for just some 2 runs. And she was going for a big swing, and the ball peeled off the top and outer portion of the bat and was in the air for some time, and the catch was taken. So another setback there for the Jamaica team.
So Jamaica losing another wicket, and the new batter for Jamaica is Joanne Brown, and she has replaced Scott, who was just out. So Jamaica certainly up against it after winning the toss and batting. They are 44 for 4 wickets. So we're in over number 18. So Brown is onto the front foot, just pushed it down into the offside. And so it's a dark cloud high overhead. We don't know if you're gonna get any interruption or immediate threat of rain, but there is a cloud, high dark cloud. Getting some turn and bounce. And the batter pulling the bottom hand off the bat, goes into the onside. So we're in over number 18. Fletcher has picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 5. As a matter of fact, the over has been completed. So over number 18 has been completed. And the Jamaicans are certainly up against it. They are 44 for 4.
This, of course, has been the best I've seen Fletcher bowl for this season. And I would have seen all of the matches, and certainly she has been right on target from the word go. She has extracted bounce. In fact, from both ends, she switched herself around. And first over from the far end, she picked up a wicket. And now her first over from this end, she has picked up a wicket. So she's really unsung at the moment and doing a very good job for her team.
So Kieran Joseph, for her previous 3 overs from this end, cost 1 run. She has been swung around to the far end. And she'll be bowling to Shading Nation. Nation is on 8. She has faced some 13 balls. And Scott made 2 from 29. She was the last batter to be dismissed, caught off the bowling of Fletcher. Nation getting a delivery. She was onto the back foot. It was flatter, it was faster. She was beaten, but not taken behind cleanly by the keeper, Cassie Williams. So good, flat, fast delivery. Certainly would have deceived or beaten the batsman. Into the onside, we get a single. Fielder coming in quickly from straightest mid wicket. Couldn't stop the run though. And so the total with that single moves on to 45. 45 for 4 in over number 19. Joseph is bowling a 4th over from the far end. There's a slip, there's a backward point, there's a cover point, there's a cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. Brown is easily onto the front foot, just pushed it down into the offside. Tracy Byron is in the way she feels. Flighted onto the back foot, forces down to cover. No chance of a run. So we see Edwards is at cover. She feels. Kenneth Joseph outside the off stump. Brown looking to play it square the wicket. Misses. So for that full delivery is pushed down into the offside to bring up the end of over number 19. And it is 45 for 4, the Jamaicans. And certainly after 19 overs, they're scoring pretty slow, Smitten.
Oh yes, they're really going at the pedestrian rate. They have been struggling. They struggled against the quicker bowlers, and they're certainly struggling against the spinners. But of the 2 spinners, though, well, here comes Gilbert from this end. This is rather some strange move here by Affie Fletcher. She came on, picked up a wicket, and immediately takes herself out of the attack after a very good over. So I don't know if she's bent on prolonging the game as much as possible, but she doesn't seem to have the killer instinct.
So Nation getting a delivery on the leg stump, and she played it down towards backward of square. She is a single. 46 in over number 20. Good sunshine here at the Connery Sporting Complex. And then we get another single, a delivery on the leg stump. So with that single, 47. And Nation will come back into strike. Joanne Byron, she's off the mark. She is on 1. We get another easy single down to long on, where Nation just plays it down to long on for another single. So Jamaica would have won the toss and decided to bat here at Connery, scoring at 2.46 runs per over. So they've been able to pick up some singles in this over, and we have seen some 4 singles so far in the over, being bowled by Gilbert, who is in a second over from the media center end, 49. 2 balls remaining in over number 20. Was driving, allowed appeal. Umpire Laborde is not interested. The fielders, the keeper, Joseph also at first slip thought that there might have been an edge, but a delivery flighted up on the off stump, and Nation was driving. She missed it. And there was a strong appeal, but umpire Laborde is unmoved.
I'm still baffled though. I keep wondering why Fletcher has taken herself out of the attack.
A delivery to bring up the end of the 20th over. That delivery came back towards Nation. So the Jamaicans continue to score slow, 49 after 20 overs. And the Windwards certainly would want to continue to pick up wickets. The dark cloud that was overhead has shifted somewhat down towards the west, so the sun has come back out here at Connery.
I'm not too certain though that Fletcher is bent on picking up wickets. If she was bent on picking up wickets, she would have continued to bowl from the media center end as opposed to bringing Gilbert into the attack. But she knows best. She would have other ideas.
So a delivery pushed into the offside. So a quiet period of play. Jamaica hoping to consolidate or looking to consolidate. Joseph. She's in a 5th over from the far end. So we're coming to the end of the Super 50 competition. We would have indicated Barbados would have done well. They would have won all of the matches. They're on 16 points. And Windwards would want to end with a victory. Jamaica will be hoping they can they can win as well in the last game.
Seems as though something, probably a fly or something, might have gotten into the eye of Kiana Joseph. She seems to be pretty okay. But I find it rather baffling though that the captain, Afi Fletcher, who seems to be, well, to me, the pick of the Windward Island bowlers so far, I find it kind of baffling. She has taken herself out of the attack and easing the pressure from the Jamaican batters and probably allowing them to build a partnership instead of going for the jugular.
Well, yes, I agree with you because she would have picked up the 2 wickets and she was getting some turn and bounce. But it's not as if the Jamaicans are speeding away in terms of the scoring rate. But I agree with you that she should probably go to bowl a couple more overs to see if she can pick up a few more wickets, because the batters really not going after the bowling of the Windwards. So we see over number 21 has just been completed, 49 for 4. Byron's in 2 from 14. and Nation is on 11 from some 19 deliveries.
So, we've had another over completed. Gilbert will continue. Gilbert, tall lass, and she gives it a big loop, rather slow. And we have seen her delivery is taking ages to reach the batters, not giving the batters any pace to work with.
So we're seeing the start of another over from Gilbert. Her 2 overs have cost her just 8 runs.
Perhaps Fletcher is thinking long term, and she's probably looking to get some overs in at this point. But I'm not too certain that's the correct approach. When you have a team down, you try to keep them down.
A delivery floated on the off stump, pushed down to deep cover. Good bit of feeling. They feel at mid-off had to run all the way down to cover and prevented any possibility of a second run. So with that single, the 50 for Jamaica coming up in over number 2, a current run rate of 2.34, and the projected target 117 full. And Brown just manages to get it down to mid-off.
Windwards have to be careful here. If Jamaica could eke out a reasonable score, 150 plus, they could really apply some pressure to the Windward Islands batting. So this is why you cannot take your foot off the pedal. And of course, Chadi Nation, who is an international player, she's at the crease. You would be hoping that you'll try and get her dismissed as soon as possible.
Yes, they would want to try and get some wickets, and Gilbert is trying to tease the batters. She has been looping up some of her deliveries, trying to draw the batsman into error. Not a full and wide signal. So I've seen the second wide in this over, a full and delivery wide of the off stump, and Brown was not interested. So the extras moves on by 1, and it is 52 for 4 in over number 22.
There's a hat trick of wides. That one this time it's down the leg side.
So 3 wides have been delivered. So maybe I don't think that Gilbert is doing what Captain Fletcher would have been hoping for. Full. Plays down towards backward a point.
Well, I've seen Gilbert a couple of occasions, and this is what she really offers. This is her mode of operation. And she's getting away with it too, because it seems as though the batters are afraid to go after her. Perhaps there's not enough pace on the deliveries for them to try and get her away.
So 22 overs completed. It's 54 for 4. Jamaica scoring at 2.45 runs per over. Gilbert 3 overs cost some 13 runs, and Nation is on 12 from 21. Brown is on 3 from 20. Brown on 3 from 18, and the Nation on 12 from 21. So Joseph will continue from the far end. Delivery spinning away outside the off stump. Joseph would have picked up some 16 wickets in the competition so far. We're looking to add to that tally. Another flighted delivery. And Brown is just getting it into the offside.
Joseph looks rather ordinary though, Gary, and Fletcher has been the most dangerous looking bowler for the Windwards so far. And she has just delivered 3 overs and has picked up 2 wickets.
So Joseph has not been getting much turn out of this ship. You have seen that Fletcher was the one who was getting turn and bounce from both ends.
Exactly. And this is why I find it strange why she has quickly pulled herself out of the attack. But as I've said throughout the tournament, I've not been too impressed with Afi Fletcher's captaincy. The match against Trinidad and Tobago, a match which they should have won. Not really making the correct bowling changes, and so might have cost them that match.
So another over has been completed, over number 23, 54 for 4 Jamaica after winning the toss and batting. And the Jamaican batters, they have not been going after the bowling of the Windward Islands. They have been seeing some deliveries which were floated up, flighted. And the batters seem to be afraid to use the feet. We saw where McLean was looking to take the attack to Fletcher. She lost her wicket. So maybe other batters are a bit too tentative to try and go after the Windward Islands bowlers.
It seems as though Fletcher is thinking numbers. She's probably thinking in terms of getting through the overs as opposed to trying to bowl out the Jamaica team as quickly as possible, and perhaps that's why she is persisting with Gilbert.
They come back quickly for a second run, and the keeper didn't collect it. She probably missed it. I was shocked, and she's down. So the umpire signaled for some assistance, but the return came in from the boundary and struck the keeper. When they came back quickly, she might have just taken her eyes off that throw, and she was shocked. So 2 more to the total. Hope that she will be okay. It is 56 for 4.
Well, we hope that she's okay, but certainly it was more a case of bad lovemanship as opposed to anything else. She, as you said, she probably took her eye off the ball, and instead of roping it in, she missed it and she was struck. She should have taken that return quite easily. And it seemed as though she might have been struck somewhere about the face, because the physio is looking at the facial area, but certainly a bad miss there by the keeper, Cassie Williams, and let's hope that there's not too much of an injury.
So it's the usual protocol. Once you're struck in the face, in the head area on the helmet, the concussion tests will have to be carried out to ensure that the batters are all right, and the Jamaicans batters are using the opportunity for some refreshment, because it's still humid here at Connery, and we are in the final round of matches in the Super 50. There are 2 games playing, one in Warner Park and the other at St. Paul's, and so the Windwards, as you indicated, might have been just taking off the pressure off the Windwards, not putting on the pressure. Captain Fletcher would have taken 2 wickets. She removed herself from the attack and brought in Gilbert, who has not been really challenging the batters. She has been bowling a lot of full deliveries, which have not been punished as well. So we are just about to see the resumption after that break, where the keeper was shocked by the return that came in off the back of the square fence. She will continue, and the physio will make her way off the field. So the Windwards, I'm sure Smitten would want to win the final game, but if you're not putting pressure on the batters, you might allow the Jamaicans to get away And if you were to lose the game in the end, you might look back and reflect and say, but you probably should have kept the pressure on the batters when you had a chance to.
Well, Fletcher seems to be the type of captain who likes to ease the pressure. You know, in fact, it seems as though Williams is going off. She might have been struck somewhere around the left shoulder or thereabout. And she has gone off, and it looks like Marceline would take up the keeping duties, the wicket keeping duties for the Windward Islands. But certainly, not 3 overs with new batters at the crease. You're the captain. You look by far the most dangerous of the bowlers. Joseph, to me, has looked very ordinary today. And she has not really troubled any of the batters. And Fletcher is the one who seems most likely to do the job.
So Gilbert continues, and he got a single. The batter nation uses his feet and got it past the bowler, who did not collect it cleanly. So with that single, the score has gone on to 57, ran over number 24. Brown has faced some 24 balls, a full delivery, and just couldn't get it past the fielder at extra cover, that's the captain. So these full deliveries have not been punished.
I think the Gilbert has been getting away, as we would say locally, with murder.
Another full delivery, and still cannot find the boundary. Return came in, and good bit backing up by the fielder on the offside, thinking about the third. But it was another full delivery, and it was swung down towards the mid-wicket area. And they were able to get 2 runs. They almost got an overthrow, but a good tumbling effort by the fielder on the offside and prevented what could have been an extra run. 59 for 4, and we're in over number 24. There's 1 delivery remaining. And umpire Laborde is indicating to the bowler Gilbert that she might be transgressing. She might be running on the danger area. And seems as though she's having well, she's signaling to the pavilion. You're indicating what would have happened?
Seems as though
the fielder on the offside who tried to stop that overthrow probably fell and might have injured herself as well, maybe her hand, or she might have, when she tried to stop that return, might have picked up an injury.
Yeah, that's of course Crafton. She might have picked up some injury to her finger, because after she threw the ball in, she was wringing her hand and shaking her fingers, so she probably might have sustained a bit of an injury. And that's Crafton, and that is to her good hand. She of course is a left-hander, and she bowls left-arm medium pacers. So she appears to be okay now. She has had treatment from the physio. In the meantime, the Jamaican batters took the opportunity to have a bit of a repair job, probably to the pad or two. In fact, there might have been a change of socks by the Jamaican batter. The Jamaica batter, Jody and Brown. And play stopped momentarily, but the overs are progressing quite smoothly. We're in over number 24, just 1 delivery left in the over. And it's 59 for 4. Brown, who has been there for an eternity, 26 deliveries. She's on 5. Shadi Nation, a little quicker in terms of scoring. She is 15 from 24. But it has been slow progress, and Jamaica seems to be unable to even put away the bad deliveries. I think Gilbert should have been bludgeoned out of the attack a long time ago, but uh, the Jamaican batters does not seem to be able to cope with Gilbert. She is bowling it rather slow and looping it up. And when she delivers delivery, you wonder if it's going to go above waist high, but it certainly dips.
So in spite of the fact that we have seen a number of full deliveries from Gilbert in this over, only some 5 runs were scored from over number 24. So Edwards, we have Glasgow 3 overs, none for 8. Etienne 5 overs, 2 for 5. And so it's going to be Joseph who will continue from the far end. She has bowled 6 overs, 2 runs, no wickets. 6 overs for 2 runs, Smitten.
Yes, and I don't think those figures are a fair reflection on her bowling. I don't think she has bowled that well.
So it's a bad reflection on the batters?
Yes, certainly.
So Joseph will continue from the far end. And the nation knows that she has some 26 overs to bat. Would want to try and bat as many of those overs as possible. But they have lost some 4 wickets. And the four players who probably has the ability to score runs. A delivery which is short and is swung down towards the back of the square area. And a single to the total. Etienne is on the boundary. So with that single, total has gone to 64. The current run rate is 2.47. And the projected score is only 124, which should not be of any bother to the Windwards. Another delivery which is pushed out into the offside. So just quiet here at the Connery playing field. The Jamaicans not taking the attack to the bowlers. Getting a bit of bounce from that delivery, pulling the bottom hand off the bat. And the captain Fletcher in the slip. She fields. Been over number 25, 1 delivery remaining. Brown is not going to be tempted, she's not going to be teased. Just pushed it back down the onside of the pitch. She, a few paces out of her squeeze, just pushed it back down the strip. And the over has been completed, over number 25. So we're halfway there in terms of the number of overs. In Jamaica, they're 60 for 4 after deciding to bat.
Now Fletcher comes back into the attack, and she's making some rather strange moves, and having the short bursts. This is not a 20 over affair; it's a 50 over affair, and one has to be careful at this juncture. You cannot allow batters to settle in, because they certainly do have a lot of overs in which to bat, and you allow batters to settle in, and then you begin to find that it's very difficult to dislodge the batters. Nation is a capable player. We know she's very capable, and you allow her to settle in. Who knows, she could pull something out of the bag for Jamaica and put a good score on the board. And anything in excess of 150 could give Jamaica a fighting chance.
So Fletcher has replaced Gilbert, and she is bowled. Beautiful delivery touched down just on about the center, like some of the batsmen was looking to play on the onside. She missed it, and the off bail has been rocked back. The off stump has been rocked back. And the captain, Fletcher, has picked up a third wicket in her fourth over.
So she started from the far end, bowled her first over, picked up a wicket in that over, in that very first over. She bowled a second over from that end, and she switched to this end, bowled one over, picked up a wicket. Now she has come back and picked up another wicket in her first over back. And this is what I've been plugging all along, Gary. Fletcher has looked very dangerous today. She has extracted bounce, she has extracted turn from both ends of the pitch. And I see no reason why she should be bowling Gilbert when she has only bowled just some 3 overs. Who knows? Jamaica could have easily been 60 for 7 as opposed to 60 for 5 if she had stayed into the attack. And certainly poor captaincy on the part of Fletcher, but coming back and picking up a wicket.
So Waysome has replaced Nation, so Jamaica certainly are up against it. And so Fletcher might tell you that is exactly how the script was written. That is how the plan was from the onset, that I will come in at specific times and pick up wickets at those specific times. And that is what she probably would tell you has happened.
So you might be suggesting that she might be taking herself off after this over.
Well, if that's a part of the plan that she has already, maybe you might say that. But the fact is that though she has been bowling well, she has been getting some turn off the pitch. She has been able to pick up wickets, and once you're picking up wickets, you should keep yourself in the attack.
Certainly, because if that's a plan, it's a very poor plan indeed. And there we go again, beating the batter.
Not a good delivery, spun across Waysome. Waysome is the opening bowler for Jamaica, batting at number 7, so it means that she has some capabilities with the bat. This time is the Googly, the one that came back from outside the off stump, and appeal went up, but might have been struck a bit too high.
But certainly that one struck Waysome much too high, and she's really a tall lass, very tall indeed.
That will be a wide. Badly line on the leg stump, maybe looking to bowl the batter around her legs, but it was pitched wide and didn't get the turn. So Extras moves on by 1. 61 for 5. 1 delivery remaining over number 26. Coming forward, taken on the pad. Over has been completed. So another successful over for Afi Fletcher and the Windwards. And the Jamaica continue to struggle.
Yes,
certainly. The final round game.
Certainly, and in the interest of good cricket, I hope Fletcher would bring herself back for another over, another couple overs. The Windwards very much on top at this point, and they should be looking to drive home the advantage as opposed to letting the Jamaican batters off the hook.
So over number 27 will be bowled by Akiana Joseph. Tumbling saved by the captain, a slip from that delivery outside the off stump. Came off the outer portion of the bat.
I know Kiana Joseph is the leading wicket taker for the Windwards. She has continued to bowl from the far end, but certainly on the evidence of what we have seen here today, Effie Fletcher has been by far the most effective bowler on this track so far.
Yes, definitely. She has been able to extract the turn and bounce, and they would have just gotten a single. It takes the score to 62 for 5. Current run rate 2.35. Projected score 118. Leg side wide has been signaled by umpire and Wari at the far end. So the 2 umpires in this game Ryan Banwari and Candice Laborde. Laborde is out of Trinidad. Spectators catch taken at slip. And one delivery. We're in the middle of over number 27. And Joseph is in a very economical spell in an 8 over. Just 5 runs coming from a bowling. And so the Jamaican batters have not been able to go after the bowling of Joseph. So she very economical spell from the far end. Wisdom is in behind it. And Joseph picks up. So one delivery remaining in over number 27. So over number 27 has been completed, and we have some 13 extras, 63 for 5 from 27 overs, with Brown on 6 and Wisdom, who has faced 9 balls, 9 deliveries, still not off the mark, and Brown has faced some 33. So after Fletcher will continue from the media center end, and she'll be looking to continue to pick up wickets.
Well, to her credit, she has come back for another over. And I think she would have just bowled some 4 overs so far. And she should be thinking in terms of trying to go deep into the Jamaican batting. And she has been the most effective bowler for the Windwards so far. So she'll be looking to skittle out Jamaica at this point and not allowing them to get away. But we'll just have to wait and see. We realize that she is not bent on having any long spells today, but perhaps she might continue on for a bit.
Brown is charging the bowler, and look like could very well be umpires inquiring whether or not the fielder touched the rope, and the umpire is saying he's not sure. There's no signal coming from the fielder, so 2 runs. And Joe's Brown using her feet to Fletcher was able to get 2. A ball gets some turn and bounce. The batter pulling out of the shot, not taken by the keeper. So Fletcher continues to extract some life, some turn, some bounce from the strip here at Connery. Delivery which kept a bit low. The batter had to hustle her defensive shot. And the total remains on 65 in over number 28. I've seen some 5-4s, not seen a 6 thus far. In the air, and the fielder moving across to her right, taking it on the bounce. So you've seen in this over that Brown has decided that she's trying to use her feet to the bowling of Fletcher.
Yeah, she is certainly looking to be a bit more enterprising at this point. The overs are ticking by, the runs are not coming, wickets are going. So looking to be a bit more positive, but the Windward Islands, though, they continue to bowl fairly well, but in my opinion, though, I don't think that the Jamaican batters, I don't think they're showing too much confidence. They seem to be afraid to go after the bowling. Of course, they've lost wickets, but they have lost wickets being very defensive, and they have allowed the Windward Islands attack to get in the ascendancy. They've allowed the bowlers to bowl to them. They're not looking to rotate the strike and trying to put the bowlers off their line. And for most parts, we've had situations where one bowler has been allowed to bowl practically a full over to a batter.
So Joseph, her 8 overs have only cost 5 runs. She has not been able to pick up a wicket. And Fletcher is the one that has picked up 3 wickets. Brown is down the pitch. Only manages to get it straight down to straightish or mid-on area. And there is no chance of a run. So Brown has faced some 40 balls. Keeper Marcelin, as she did or did not do in the first game. She has not been doing a good job behind the stump in terms of collecting cleanly. And Brown, I'm sure, will want to get aggressive, try and get some more runs on the scoreboard. You have seen in the last over or 2 has decided that she will try and be more aggressive. She has been looking to use her feet. Gets that one on the full, pushed it down to mid-off. But there will not be any run. So Joseph continues to be economical. In a 9th over, there's 5 runs. And so over number 29 has been completed. Another made over ball there by Joseph.
Yes, and Joseph has been allowed to bowl maidens. He has been allowed to bowl to the batters. I don't think there's any real attempt to work the ball around and put the ball into the gaps. And Joseph is quite comfortable. She just has to put it there. But she has not been that effective. She has not really troubled the batters.
So the projected score is only 114 based on the current run rate, which is 2.28. After Fletcher is in a 6th over, 3 for 9. So all the bowlers have been economical. Joseph has bowled some 9 overs already. And Etienne had 5 overs, 2 for 5, and she bowled, playing across the line of a delivery, floated up on the center leg stump, missed it, and it did not miss the stump. So Jamaica have lost another wicket. So 6 wickets have been dismissed, 6 for 66.
Well, earlier, Gary, I would have said that had Afi Fletcher persisted with herself, Jamaica could have been 60 for 7. They are now 66 for 6 in a short space of time. She's been back. They've lost 2 wickets. And this is what I was speaking about earlier on. You have to play the game the right way. You do not, you do not bring a bowler on just to give a ball, just to use up some overs. When you're on top, you try to stay on top and you try to get wickets. We know in limited overs cricket, whether it's 2020 or it's a 50 over match, we know that wickets always restrict the scoring rate. And once wickets fall regularly, the scoring rate would certainly drop. Of course, today there is no need to really restrict the scoring rate for Jamaica. They have just been slow from the onset. But, the Windwards perhaps could have been in a better position at this moment had Afi Fletcher persisted a bit more earlier on.
So the new batter for Jamaica is Nicole Campbell. And so Fletcher, 4 for 9 in her 6th over. And batter coming forward, they probably came off the pad. So Fletcher has bowled very well, and Windwards are in a very good position to win the final round, their final match in this CG Insurance 50 over competition. Nicole is compactly forward.
It seems as though Cassie Williams is back on the field too.
Delivery which squared up the batter. She was looking to play it into the offside, and it got an outer portion of the bat, maybe off the pad. We'll have to wait and see any signal from the umpire. And they have crossed for 3. So leg by. Leg byes have been signaled by umpire Laborde, so Exodus moves on by 3. 69. It is for 6.
Ball really stopped dead inside the third man boundary. And it was retrieved by Joseph, who lumbered after it, but she seems to be limping a bit. I don't know if she's carrying a bit of an injury. Bounce and turn once more from the captain, Fletcher. So certainly looking very dangerous, and Jamaica could very well struggle to get to that 100 mark, but one never knows.
So over number 30 is completed, 69 for 6. Projected score 115, and they're currently only scoring at 2.2 runs per over. So Joseph will be bowling her final over from the far end, and she was only conceded 5 runs. So all of the bowlers for the Windwards have been very economical. And so she will be bowling her final over. Nicole Campbell. Nicole Campbell is in strike. Good sunshine, so the cloud cover has gone. Clear blue skies. And Joseph, I'm sure, will looking to get a wicket in the final over. She has been economical, has not been able to pick up a wicket as yet. So we have for Joseph, her final over, there's a slip and a gully, or maybe you can say 2 slips. Looking to probably get a wicket in the final over.
Well, she certainly doesn't look like she will get a wicket. The batter is playing her rather comfortably, and she has looked rather innocuous in a spell so far.
So just 2 balls remaining, 2 deliveries remaining in the spell of Akiana Joseph. So her 10 overs delivery. She may be looping up on the off stump, looking to tempt or tease the batter. She was not tempted.
Every time Fletcher bowls, you could sense something happening. You could sense that she just might get a wicket. Joseph, on the other hand, although she has been rather economical, she has not looked that effective. I think she has been allowed to be economical by the Jamaican batters.
So over number 31 has come to an end, so a single to bring up the end of the spell for Akiana Joseph. 10 overs, none for 6. And it is a 70 for 6 wickets. Projected score 113, and the current run rate is 2.26.
10 overs, none for 6, you said, Gary?
Yes.
Joseph, I don't think she has bowled that well.
And she's out, looking to play across the line of a delivery, floated up on the center stump. It was struck on the pad, and the appeal went up. The batter was looking for a single, and the delayed decision coming from Laborde. So Nicole Campbell has been out, LBW, and the Jamaicans losing their 7th wicket.
Yes, and Fletcher coming back into the attack and really running through the batting of the Jamaica team. And not surprising, of course. The Jamaican batting has not impressed too much so far. And perhaps Fletcher guilty of allowing them to get this far and not really applying the pressure. She certainly has bowled well, and certainly this has been the best I've seen Fletcher bowl in the matches I've seen so far. She, from the word go, she has struck a good line and a good length. And not only that, she has extracted turn and bounce from this Connery track. And she's reaping just rewards here today. So certainly Jamaica looking at what could be another low total here today. And they will certainly need a bit of a rearguard action from the remaining batters to get a respectable score.
Well, with the fall of that wicket, the umpires have decided to take a drinks break. So the score was 70 for 7, and after Fletcher picking up 5 wickets, so she has had 5 wickets, so another 5-wicket haul in this competition, and that must be one of the better spells in terms of the economy rate as well. So we'll have to see if maybe that probably is one of the better spell of bowling in this competition. And she's still not finished as yet because there's 7 wickets down, and if she continues to pick up wickets at the rate at which she's going, she can pick up the remaining 3 wickets and probably pick up 8 wickets in her spell. So
I think actually Fletcher would have best bowling figure for the season so far would have been 2 for 19, and prior to this match she had just a total of some 6 wickets. So this is by far her best bowling effort.
I'm thinking bowling spell for the competition, not for Fletcher, in terms of number of wickets and the number of runs that have been scored. I know that Joseph would have gotten 5 wickets for 14 runs, I think, against
she would have picked up some 6 wickets. Joseph in one of the matches.
Right. But she got 5, I think 6 for 20. But if Fletcher can pick up more wickets in terms of the number of runs off her spell, this could be one of the better spells for the competition.
Oh, certainly, and I'll be honest. As a matter of fact, this is one of the better spells I've seen, notwithstanding the fact that Kiana Joseph got a hat trick. Haley Matthew, she bowled a very fine spell down there in St. Paul's, and she showed good control, good variation, and she would have picked up 6 wickets, including a hat trick, and that was an excellent spell also.
So the delivery, that's the new batter for Jamaica. It's Watts, Vanessa Watts. So she'll be looking to keep out the bowling of Fletcher in the 7th over, beating outside the off stump. She giving the indication that she just might have just played inside the line of that delivery, and Fletcher is her 7th over, 5 for 9. On the onside, they go for a run. We're ready to see if there's any signal from the umpire. Leg by. So extras moves on by 1, and a total 71 for 7, and made over number 32. 2 deliveries remaining in the 32nd over. So Brown is not going to be tempted. She just stretches forward and pushes her 46th delivery into the offside. He has only scored some 9 runs. Watts has faced 3 balls, 3 deliveries. So the over has been completed, over number 32. So 32 overs, and the Jamaicans winning the toss and batting is 71 for 7.
Yes, 71 for 7. And really up against it at this point. Question is how much more runs they could eke out at this juncture. It's going to be Edward to pick up the attack from the far end. And Edward, of course, he bowls left arm orthodox leg spin. And instead of bringing back Gilbert, the captain opted to go for Edwards, who is much more, is much tighter than Gilbert.
So a delivery on the off stump, and Watts playing it down to mid-off. So we are at the start of over number 33. That batter beats the keeper, and they just amble through for a single. So bye should be signaled by the umpire. We'll wait for the signal. A bye has been signaled. So the total moves on with that bye to 72 in over number 33. And Brown, who has been there for some time, just on 9 from 47. She comes into strike. On the onside, we get thinking about a single, but no chance of the single as Marcelin came across to her left or to her right at mid-wicket fields. So Edwards, Malika Edwards in the first over. Flatter fast down the onside, wide has been signaled. So with that wide, extras move number 1, 73 for 7. 5 fours, no 6. And 5 fours have been struck so far in the innings. And Edwards is in the first over. Floated up delivery, pushed into the offside. So Joseph or Brown has been unable to capitalize on those flighted or full deliveries from the Windward Islands bowlers. Down the pitch and drive in. Total remains on 73 for 7 in over number 33. Good sunshine here at Connery. Onto the back foot, she forces into the offside down to cover to bring up the end of another quiet over. And after 33 overs, Jamaica 73 for 7. Watts is on 0 from 5. And Brown not out on 9 from some 51 balls, strike rate of 17.65. Current scoring rate 2.21. So there's 2 extras coming off that over from Edwards and Fletcher, who has picked up 5 for 9 from her 7 overs. Would want to get another wicket or 2 before her spell is over. Is continuing from the media center end. Outside the off stump, beaten, taken by the keeper. So Jamaica won the toss and decided to bat. In the air, caught. So Watts looking to swing a delivery into the onside, the probably outer edge of the back of the bat, foul went in the air, and the fielder slip running away down towards the short third man area, taking a simple catch, and Watts has been dismissed for a duck.
So Fletcher in the 8th over, picking up 5 wickets, 5th wicket, 6th wicket in fact, and just conceding some 9 runs. So There you have it. This is what I was alluding to earlier on, Gary. When you have a team down, you know, you keep your foot on the jugular. You do not ease the pressure. And you do not take things for granted. Because we have seen a number of lost scores in this tournament so far. In fact, Jamaica themselves, they would have scored less than 100. The Windwards would have dismissed Guyana for 79 and the Leewards for 59. So you can't take for granted that, you know, any score is small in this tournament. And when you have the advantage, you would have to try and press home the advantage.
So Burnett.
You know, Fletcher has done a very good job and she continues to bowl well.
So Burnett is a new batter for Jamaica. First delivery, she was beaten outside the off stump. So Fletcher, 6 for 9 in her 8th over. Full delivery swung down towards the boundary. Bad bit of feeling, and it goes into the boundary for 4. It was a full ball. It should have been punished, but the fee went straight down to mid wicket, and she couldn't stop it. It came off her hands and into the boundary for 4. A welcome boundary for the Jamaica team.
Yes, poor work there by Tracy Byron on the mid-wicket boundary. The ball ricocheting from her hand and going into the boundary for 4, when it should have been maybe just a 1 run, ball traveling rather quickly. But here we see one stayed down to the boundary this time for 4.
It's a good shot. The ball was spinning away outside the off stump, and she just guided it down through the third man area for another boundary for Jamaica to take them on to 81.
So some valuable runs there for Jamaica. I see a projection of 120 if they continue at this rate, but I don't think the fall of wickets is being taken into consideration with this projection.
So another Afi Fletcher over has been completed, and she would have picked up another wicket, but she would have given away 2 boundaries in the over. So 34 overs have been completed, 81 for 8. So we had a wicket and 2 fours, so kind of spoiled the bowling figures for Fletcher. She now has 6 for 17 from her 8 overs.
She has another 2 overs to go. And the question is she going to complete these 2 overs? I would suggest that she would, but she might have other ideas.
Full delivery off the outer edge. And they will come back for a second run. Wait and see if there's any signal from the umpire in terms of no ball, no signal. Yes, the no ball is coming now, so a bit delayed, but yeah, maybe waiting until everyone was completed. So a free hit for the Jamaica team. So a full delivery above the waist, but they were able to get 2. So 2 runs will be added to the total. So the total has gone on to 84. So a free hit for Brown. She's hitting that and will get 4. So the free hit, she made good use of it. She used her feet and played it over mid-on and into the boundary for 4. She seemed to have sustained an injury while going for that run. She was limping. But 4 runs nonetheless to take the total on to 88.
These are valuable runs for Jamaica. And the Windward Islands giving away runs. Free hit, no ball yielding an extra 2 runs. That's 7 runs into deliveries.
Another flighted delivery, but Brown is not going to be tempted, just pushed it on the offside. So we're in over number 35, and Brown has been there for some time, 54 deliveries for 15. plays it down to the offside. So Brown would want to see how many more runs she can get for her team. She has been there for a very, very long time. So we're over number 35. Down the strip and drive in, looking for the single. Return goes down towards the far end and not collected by the keeper. And it will come down towards the boundary for some overthrow. Will it cross the ropes? It has. So it'll be 5 runs added to the total. The return came in and the keeper didn't collect it. It went straight to the hands of the keeper. Unfortunately for her, it was not coming directly at her face, Smitten.
Yeah,
so 5 runs have been added to the total. So we go on to 93.
Yeah, and the Windward Islands giving away runs, being sloppy in the field. We have seen a couple of misfield, and now we see an overthrow running away for an extra 4 runs. So 5 runs scored that time by Jamaica. And Bourne, of course, seems to be in some sort of anguish. She's been attended to. But the Windwards have to be very careful here. We have seen over the years some big last wicket partnerships. And they're not down to the last wicket as yet, of course. There are another 2 wickets to go. But being a bit sloppy in the field and giving away runs is not a good thing. And if Jamaica could only eke out a few more runs at this point, they could put themselves in a fighting position. We have seen 120 posing problems. In fact, they are 123 or thereabout in St. Paul's proved to be a winning target. In fact, we had I think it was Guyana. Jamaica versus TNT, as a matter of fact. Jamaica versus TNT. Jamaica scored 123. And TNT, they struggled to make those 123 runs. They finally got over the line when they scored 127 for 9. But 123 scored by Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago struggled to make that 123 runs. So one cannot take things for granted.
Yes, because it is a game, as has been said over the years, it's a game of glorious uncertainties. Runs on the board, they say, is runs on the board. I've looked at Burnett since she has come to the middle. She seemed to be more aggressive than all the other batters. She has faced just 6 balls and she has scored already 8 runs.
Yes, she looks very positive and she's looking to score runs, which was not the case with most of the other batters, apart from McLean, who didn't last long. But most of the other batters for Jamaica, they certainly do not seem to be in a mood today to score runs. Probably lack of confidence. The Jamaican batting has not been doing too well. And perhaps this might be one of the reasons why Barbados scored 318 for 8 against Jamaica. And Jamaica only mustered 113 for 9. And so certainly the batting for Jamaica has not been good.
So Fletcher will continue from the media center end. 17 runs for 8 overs, 17 runs, 6 wickets. Spinning around here off stump and the keeper not collecting. So the keepers for the Windwards have left much to be desired. They're not very efficient behind the stumps.
Well, they have had 3 wicket keepers in this tournament so far. They started with there's a A miss there, Gary.
Turn and bounce, and again, Joseph is just lumbering after it. She fielder from the onside is now pulling it just inside the boundary, and they're able to get 3 runs. Another good spinning delivery, turn and bounce, and no signal coming from the umpire, but went between the keeper and the slips, Joseph, and they were able to pick up 3 important runs.
Yes, very important runs indeed. I was saying that the Windward Islands, they would have used 3 wicket keepers in this tournament so far. They started with Marcelin, then they went to Fontaine, and then Fontaine was out of the squad for reasons I don't know. And in came Cassie Williams, and Cassie Williams has been the one doing the regular glove work for the Windwards.
There was Burnett looking to swing across the line of another delivery from Fletcher. And she's delivery on the off stump taken by the keeper. So Fletcher just have 2 overs, 2 deliveries remaining in the 9th over. We want to pick up another wicket. 6 for 20.
Jamaica can play it smart here, but this is a good shot.
And a lovely shot on the onside and swung it. That's Burnett down towards the boundary for 4. Another good shot there from Burnett. With that shot, she has gone on to 12. She has been very aggressive since she has come to the middle. She has struck some 3 boundaries. And 100 for the Jamaicans coming up in the 36th over.
Valuable runs there for Jamaica. And Burnett is looking good, and she's looking positive. And she is timing it well also.
Looking to swing and appeal. Not interested. That the umpire to bring up the end of over number 36. And the Jamaicans have gotten to the 100 mark. So if they can get 20, 30 more runs, they might feel like they're in with a chance if they can get early wickets against the Windwards. And but Fletcher has picked up 6 for 24 from her 9 overs. And they wouldn't want the final 2 wickets for the Jamaicans to put on too many runs, because they don't want them to get anywhere close to 130, 140. And then you might find yourself in a spot of bother.
Seems as though
Glasgow
is coming back from the far end. But, certainly the Jamaican team would be very happy to at least have crossed the 100 threshold, and certainly they'll be looking to get maybe another 20, 30 runs on this, and probably give themselves a chance of getting something out of this match.
So Glasgow has been brought back after 3 overs. First spell, there's 3 overs, and she's out. Getting delivery on the stumps, and there was the batter looking to work it into the onside. That's Brown, and she's LBW to Glasgow. So Glasgow coming back in our 4th over has picked up the wicket of Brown, who batted for some 59 balls, and she's out.
Yes, I think she was guilty of going back onto stumps, and the ball kept fairly low. Seemed to have been struck well in front, and umpire Nawari had no hesitation in sending her on away. So Glasgow has impressed too. She's the opening bowler for the Windward Islands, and she's a nippy little bowler. And she seems to be a bit of a live wire in the field too. I've seen her moving around quite athletically. She moves quickly in the field, and she really gets that ball back into the keeper and so on. So she seems to be a player with a lot of heart, a lot of spirit. But certainly coming back and, trying to finish off the Jamaican innings there, exactly 100 for 9. this is really a big lass, Gary. She's rather big.
Selena White,
White. Well,
the number 11 batter for Jamaica.
she's huge.
She's getting a delivery, just plays it between the legs, and the keeper collected. But Jamaica, after winning the toss and batting at 100 for 9, and Windwards would want to wrap up the innings quickly. Still have all of 13.2 overs remaining, but the two last pair in the middle for Jamaica. And White is swinging, not collected cleanly by the keeper. So White is Glasgow just need to get one full and straight on the stumps for White.
Yes, she does not appear to be too much of a batter. She had a big swing that time. She's tall, she's big, she looks rather strong. I suspect she might be one of the opening bowlers, but perhaps Yorker is required at this point. She plays this one well though, one on target, and she handled it quite well.
So a successful over for the Windwards has come to an end. Over number 37, and the Jamaica 100 for 9 wickets. And the current run rate is 2.70. And the projected score 135, so they'll do very well to get up to 135 with 9 wickets down. And the way that White is batting is look highly unlikely that they'll be able to get up to 135.
Certainly not. White does not suggest she has that capability, but one never knows. One or two off the middle, and then who knows? But Burnett certainly has impressed with the bat. He has 12 from 10. She has struck a couple of good blows.
So Fletcher bowling had the last over of a spell, 9 overs, 6 for 24. Burnett, who has been striking the ball well, 12 from 10. Be facing up to Fletcher. It's coming on the strip. Just pushed it back down the onside. So
good use of the feet there by White and getting to the pitch. She looks really good so far. So one wonders why she's coming in so low in the batting order. But that shot might suggest why.
She's looking to swing across the line of a delivery on the center leg stump. She missed it. And the keeper has not been collecting anything behind the stumps. She didn't collect that cleanly. And beaten, edge found, not taken by the keeper. Based on the reaction of Fletcher, it must have taken the outside edge. And the keeper, who has not been collecting anything for the day, dropped that one.
Well, she collected a blow on her left shoulder, so she certainly collected something. But she seems to be okay in terms of that blow. But certainly, it has been one of the Achilles. It has been the Achilles heel for the I should say, because they have other issues. That has been an issue with the Windward Islands, the wicket-keeping. They have had 3 in this tournament so far. And of course the batting is too reliant on Affy Fletcher and to a lesser extent Kiana Joseph. So
Burnett is swinging a full delivery on the onside. She will get a single. So with that single, total moves on to 101. So the big figure of Selena White will come into strike. So we're in over number 38. So 2 deliveries remaining. Flat, fast, beat the batter, taken by the keeper this time. So one delivery remaining in the spell of Afi Fletcher. Very good spell. And she swung a full delivery to bring up the end of the spell down towards the boundary for 4. So a full delivery, and Selena White made good use of it. So the spell for Afi Fletcher has come to an end. She picked up 6 for 29 from our 10 overs. Good bowling, but in the last 2 overs or so, we saw about 3 boundaries were struck off the bowling of Fletcher.
Well, it's certainly not the sort of end she would have hoped for. An over-pitch delivery on the hips of White, and even White could have put that one away, and she did a very good job too. Timed it well, and swung it back out of square for 4. But these, of course, are valuable runs for Jamaica. They have now gone on to 105. And there seems to be some issue out there with Burnett, who's on 13. And in fact, I see 2 pairs of shoes going out, 2 pair of boots going out. So perhaps a change of boot for Burnett, a quick change of boots. And having some issues with the boots she previously wore. I've seen 2 different color boots. But certainly this first half of this match, one could easily say, has gone the Windward Islands' way. It could have been a lot better had Fletcher not taken herself out of the attack after just a couple overs. But nevertheless, she came back and she was able to pick up a total of 6 wickets and really put the pressure on the Jamaican team. And Jamaica certainly needing some inspiration here, perhaps hoping that this last spear could give them something to work with. I'm seeing the projected score is saying 138. Jamaica would be glad to have that.
So Glasgow bowled to Burnett. Look at the swing, misses. So in the other matches, the Leewards, they were dismissed for 74. So we had innings break. They batted 27.2 overs. Trinidad and Tobago 97 for 6 in 43.5 overs against Guyana. So it could be another early game for the Leewards at Warner Park. And I'm sure Guyana will be looking to win against Trinidad and Tobago. Glasgow. And this is bowled. So the innings has come to an end. Burnett backing away. And it was bowled by Glasgow. And the Jamaicans are dismissed for 105 in over number 39. Jamaica all out for 105.
Yes, 105. We saw Burnett backing away and looking to force to the offside, and the off stump being disturbed there by Glasgow. So Windwards putting on a good show, 105. All out Jamaica. And surely the Windward Islands, they would be very satisfied with their morning's work.
So the Jamaican innings has come to an end in 38.2 overs with Glasgow bowling the last batter. And she had bowled 4.2 overs, 2 for 8. And Akina Joseph had 10 overs, none for 6. Pick up the bowlers for the Windwards. Afi Fletcher, 10 overs, 6 for 29. So the Jamaicans have been dismissed for 105 in 38.2 overs. So we had the innings break here at the Connery playing field. So we will break and we return when the Windwards innings resume after lunch. So the Windwards about to do the reply. The two openers are in the middle, and White will bowling to Edwards. First delivery on the leg stump. So the Jamaicans, they were dismissed for 105, and so the Windwards would have to score 106. They have all of 50 overs to make 106. We saw Fletcher from our 10 overs, got 6 for 29. And Etienne also picking up 2 wickets. Glasgow came back in the second spell and got the final 2 wickets. So the big figure of White is the opening bowler for the Jamaicans, bowling from the media center end. Malika Edwards is the striker. She has faced 2 deliveries. She's going to an expansive drive, didn't time it, gets it down to Burnett at mid-off, and she fields. So Jamaica will have to try and dismiss the Windwards. Windwards are in 3rd position in the standings. This is the final round of matches. Look at the swing on the onside. Lower appeal. Obviously going down the onside. So we're in the first over here at Connery. In the second half, where the Windwards would have dismissed the Jamaicans for 105. Jamaica in the previous game on Monday, they were dismissed for 94 versus Guyana. And there is Edwards going to another expansive drive, and he went bouncing down into the onside. So it's good sunshine here at Connery for cricket. And so for Jamaica, we had Williams, Rashida Williams, she made 12. McLean made 9. And there was a good delivery to bring up the end of the first over. A maiden bowled by White. So Jamaica, first over, a maiden. And the 2 openers for the Windwards are Malika Edwards and Marceline.
Yes, a good start by Jamaica, but what Jamaica would be looking for is to pick up wickets and pick up wickets as fast as possible. 105 is really a small score. And a good start nevertheless, because at the same time you would not want to be giving away runs early, and you will have to at the same time try and restrict the scoring and pick up wickets regularly if they are going to be in with a chance of getting something out of this match or winning this match. But 105 is never a really good score.
So the other opening bowler for Jamaica is Waysome, and she'll be coming in from the far end. Marceline will be the batter.
Windwards, of course, depends a lot on Fletcher. So an early breakthrough here, if they could get, this is really a poor delivery. It was wide down the onside, and the keeper, Williams, Rashida Williams, had absolutely no chance of getting across to that one, and it ran away for 4 wide. So 5 runs to the score, and not the kind of start Jamaica would be looking for.
Certainly not a wide delivery. So 5 runs to the total. So the Windwards team, they're off. They are 5 without loss in the second over. Selena White, she has picked up some 9 wickets for the season. Marceline getting a delivery on the off stump, taken by by the captain and wicketkeeper Rashida Williams. So as I said, they'd have to get wickets and get them quickly. If they had to put pressure on the Windwards, Windwards would want to end the tournament on a high.
The second delivery, Gary, was a bit pacey from White. You seem so to have a bit of pace.
So they just waste some there, a bit of space as well. And Marceline is pushing it into the offside. So in terms of the wickets, Windwards, Kiana Joseph would have been on 16. She didn't get a wicket in the spell, 10 overs. And Elliott of Barbados with 12. Haley Matthews on 9. Selena White on 9. So Selena has a chance to improve on her wicket tally. Wide outside the off-stump signal. So another wide. So this is the second wide delivery by Waysam in this day. Her first over, the second of the innings. Captain Stephanie Taylor just moving away in front of us. She's not playing in this game. Has some words of encouragement for the fielders, for the bowler as well. Delivery taken on the pad. A lot of appeal, she's out. So Marceline coming inside the stumps and looking to work it, was struck on the pad. And this time Waysam got it straight enough. And the umpire at the far end indicating that Marceline has to go. So the Windwards losing the first wicket in the second over with the score on 6.
Good blow struck there by Jamaica. Waysam, who has been wayward, bowled a couple of wide deliveries, and she certainly seems to be walking up a bit of steam, but that appeared to have been a slower delivery, which was on target, and it seemed to have caught Marceline in front, and she's on her way for no score. The score, of course, being 6-1, all being extras, all being wides.
So Afi Fletcher is the new batter for the Windwards and captain. She had a good performance with the bat. And Captain Stephanie Taylor came on the field at the fall of that wicket, maybe to offer some words of inspiration or encouragement, or maybe she has seen something that she wants to pass on to the fielders or the bowler. So Waysam has been successful in her first over.
Well, Afi Fletcher has been exposed early, and she is an integral part of the Windward Islands batting. And can Jamaica just prize out at this point? And they could win with a chance.
148 runs she has scored coming into this game from her 4 matches. And she's off the mark right away with a single. So with that single, total has gone on to 7 for 1 in the second over.
The left-handed Edward now on strike. She has looked good, elegant at times, and she'll be looking to get a good score here, get a good start. Of course, this is the final rounds of the Super Women's 50. On Saturday, the T20 takes off at Warner Park, and all 6 teams would be involved in that tournament. But here we have teams more or less jockeying for positions, and a win here could see the Windwards going further up the ranking.
Edwards is driving from the inner portion of the bat. So Fletcher has now called Edwards down to have a quiet word. So the second over has been completed, and so the Windwards losing their wicket in the second over, 7 for 1. So Fletcher would want Edwards to stick around with her once she can stay in the middle. Selena White, who has picked up some 9 wickets, would want to add to her tally. This is the final chance to impress the selectors as the bowler and as the batters as well.
Windwards, of course, in the number 3 position on the points table. This could be close. Struck fairly full, but perhaps missing leg stump. And Windwards, of course, by virtue of a better net run rate, placed in the 3rd position on the points table, just ahead of Guyana. And a win here for Windwards could probably, who knows, see them into 2nd position. But here is a crucial blow struck there by White. There goes Fletcher being caught at slip. It was a short lifting one, and she it took the shoulder of the bat. And Fletcher is on her way for one, so a big blow struck there. And 105 now, 105 appearing to be a much larger total than it originally appeared to be.
Well, that's a very, very big wicket, because Fletcher is one of the players for the Windwards who has been making runs, and you can get her early. So we're in only this 3rd over, and the Windwards, they have lost the 2nd wicket, and that's the big wicket of Fletcher. So Watts would have taken the catch at slip. So the Jamaicans certainly would have their tails up and we're looking to continue to run through the Windwards batting. So the new batter for the Windwards, Joseph. So Kiana Joseph is the new batter. So Jamaica, I'm sure we're thinking now that they're in with a chance after getting the wicket of Fletcher. And you certainly now will see an increase in the momentum or a pep in the steps of the Jamaicans. The captain is somewhere in the boundary line. Their appointed captain, who is not playing in this game, Williams, is the acting captain. On the onside, allowed appeal, but obviously going on the onside. But I thought White, she will have her tail up and she will want to continue to get wickets. She came into this game with 9, so she has now added another wicket to the tally, so she has moved to 10.
Well, obviously, with 9 wickets on her belt for an opening bowler, that will tell you that she's a wicket taker. And already picked up the prized scalp of Fletcher.
So White will want to continue to pick up wickets and put pressure on the Windwards. When the Jamaica batted, they were batting slow. Then in the end, we saw Burnett with a little flurry in the end with a few 4s, and that took them past the 100 mark. Now the Jamaican bowlers have started excellently. They have picked up a wicket each. Joseph is swinging down to long leg where Brown fields a single, so she's off the mark. And with that single, total has gone on to 8 for 2 in over number 3.
Joseph is looking aggressive from the onset. Not too certain if this might be the correct approach. 50 overs to get 105. I think she needs to play normal cricket. Looking for the 1s and the 2s and looking for the bounces from the bad deliveries also.
Edwards is more circumspect, pushed it down to mid-off. But to be fair to her, it was a delivery on the onside, a short ball, and she was looking to hit it as hard as she could.
Yes, but the previous delivery she had just gotten in, and she was looking to swing the ball away into the onside, not looking for timing. When you get to the crease earlier clock, you could easily miss time one. So, you know, some circumspection could be warranted at that point. So, I would suggest that she try and settle in. She is a key batter in this Windward Islands lineup. And in fact, she seemed to have come in a bit earlier than usual. But she would want to show some responsibility and steady.
Wesson delivery outside the off stump, keeping a bit low. And Stephanie Taylor is on the boundary edge. She had some words with Brown, and at the end of that over, she actually went onto the field of play just to probably give a word of advice as well. So it will be a very interesting battle between Jamaica and the Windwards. Windwards started off the season well, winning the first 2 matches. It's a lovely shot and attempted feeling at mid-off, but she came off her hand, her right hand went into the boundary for 4. It was beautifully timed by Joseph. She went into a big drive, and the fielder was moving across to her right, couldn't stop it, but it came off her hand and into the boundary for 4.
So if you can play shots like those, with virtually another 50 overs, make it 46 overs to bat, and just some 94 runs to get. Why take chances? That was a wonderful shot indeed.
A delivery much closer came from the inner portion onto the pad. So Joseph is well aware that she would have to stay there for the Windwards if they had to get close to the 106.
Oh, certainly. And she has the ability. I've seen her in the women's 60 here in St. Kitts win matches for a team. And she has the ability to take it home for the Windwards. That's a lot better. Playing the ball on the merit, and bearing in mind that she would have already picked up a boundary in the over, and it was a wonderful shot too. Perhaps the fielder guilty of misfielding and allowing it to go across the boundary. It should have been just about 2 runs, but the shot this certainly deserved 4. Well, she seemed to have settled a bit more now at this point. And probably those early shots were signs of nervousness, but I'm pretty certain that well-struck 4 through wideish long off would have calmed the nerves a bit. With some really bowling a good line and length and target, but Joseph also defending well too. So certainly Joseph looking to settle, and at 12 for 2, the Windwards really need a partnership here. They really need to rebuild at this point.
So White will continue from this end. Edwards, who has been there for 9 deliveries, she has not yet scored. So she'll be mindful of the fact that target is 106, and she would want to provide support to Akina Edwards, Akina Joseph. She drives again, goes down to Burnett. So the ball seemed to be leaving the bat quite crisply from the bat of Edwards, but she's playing it straight to the fielder.
Yes, I've seen her play a couple of elegant-looking off drives, and she does time it well. Oh, this could be close.
Going down, chance for run out. So a mix up here between Joseph and is still playing. And if Joseph was paying attention, she probably could have gotten back into the crease. But Joseph seemed to be very disappointed with Edwards. Didn't even look to see what was going on. If she had only tried to get back, she might have been able to get back smitten. But the poor communication between the two batters has resulted in the run out of Joseph, and the Windwards are in trouble.
I think Joseph has herself to blame there. I'm always of the belief that if your partner tells you no, it's no. I don't know if there was a call, but Joseph kept going and waving but
Edwards was not moving.
She wasn't moved, so why she kept going? And as you rightly said, if she had only turned, if she was concentrating on the game and looking to see where the ball was, she could have made it back, because we had a comedy of errors here at the non-strikers end. In fact, the ball seemed to have been fumbled by two or three fielders before they actually got it onto the stumps. So she would have had adequate time to make it back to her ground, but she kept running and waving and imploring Edward to run. So I think she should take a good bit of that blame too. Run might have been on, but if the batter at the non-strike end doesn't respond and tells you don't keep going.
Maybe she wanted Edwards to sacrifice a wicket for her, but I thought you error in judgment, because it takes two to run a run, and if your other partner is not moving, then I think you should reconsider. So, but the Windwards are up against it now, and the Jamaicans, and she's swinging for 4. Good shot. Maybe a shot in anger, but she got it well over back of the square. Was on the center leg stump, and she swung it away for 4. So she's off the mark, and with that boundary, total has gone on to 12.
Actually, it's 16 for 3. Yes, that was really a comedy of errors. It took about 3 of the Jamaican fielders. I think was it Wesam who actually got it onto the stumps in the end? There was the return was to the non-strikers end, and this is another good shot by Edward, and she gets down to the long off boundary. So she seems to have put that behind her, and is opening up a bit. So 20 for 3. But certainly Joseph remonstrating, and Edwards on move. So, probably as you suggested, she might have thought that Edwards should have sacrificed a wicket for her. But I don't think the single was really on. The ball was played into the offside and straight to a fielder.
So we have seen 2 4s, good shots by Edwards in that over one swung down towards back of the square, and a drive over mid-on. So the target is 106. So the Windwards in a spot of bother. They have lost 3 wickets. Full delivery should be signal hope. A no ball is swung away for 4. So no ball has been signaled by Laborde. So full delivery, and Edwards made full use of it and swung it away for 4. So total will go on to 21, because there should be a no ball and 4 to 5 should be added to the total, and it will be a free hit.
Yes, Edwards getting one above the waist there and swinging it away for 4. Edwards, of course, is a very tall lass. Seems to be well over 6 feet. And free hit now. So Jamaica losing the platter. Edwards, but all of a sudden she has become very aggressive, and she has been releasing an array of shots. She has picked up some, I think it was 3 boundaries in that over. 2 boundaries, in fact. And we have seen 1 or 2 aggressive shots there by Edwards, but certainly, well, it seems as though there's a complete change in the Windward Islands batting lineup. Etienne, who normally comes in at number 10 or 9, comes in at number 5.
Well, the unpredictable nature of the captaincy, of the captain's decisions by Fletcher continue to unfold here at Connery.
In the last match, he actually got 22 not out in a losing cause. But From what I've seen of her batting, though, she does not suggest too much prominence, but probably at this point, the Windward Islands, they're thinking that a quick fire 20 odd from Etienne would do their cause good.
Yes, maybe that's the thinking. And Edwards would have made 31 in the winning cause against the Leewards. And so I've seen 2 aggressive shots been played by Etienne, the 2 deliveries she would have faced. So maybe she has been sent out there with the intention of going after the bowling.
Yes, and she's the type of player. She's an aggressive player. She's an opening bowler. She certainly has the spirit of an opening bowler, a very attacking batter. She's not afraid to take the slug out. So probably the intention is to get some quick runs and probably break the back of this chase. But what I noticed though, Gary, is that and as of the 1st of June this year, once you're facing a medium fast bowler, it is mandatory that you wear a helmet. If you are a wicketkeeper and you're standing up close to the stumps, or fielder in any the ABC, she's going over the top 4 runs, so intentions are clear. So as I was saying, Gary, if you're feeling foul short, like maybe silly point or your keeper standing up, it's mandatory that you wear the helmet as from the 1st of June, and this has been put in the law by ICC. So after the 1st of June, you won't see Etienne going out there facing a medium pacer without a helmet.
It's all about ensuring the protection of the players, because we would have seen some serious injuries occurring while players are on the field, and person would have suffered some serious injury. So it will be made mandatory, and you have to be protected because the ball is hard, and depending on where it hits you, it can be very dangerous.
Certainly. Notice they've done away with the soft signal for the umpires too, as at the 1st of June, which many always thought was ridiculous. If there's any doubt, the umpire goes straight to the review system to get a decision. So the soft signal after the 1st of June would be out the door.
Powerful drive, and so another single. So Etienne certainly has made her intention clear.
Oh, certainly. It's quite obvious that she has gone out there with one intent, and that is to throw the bat around, get some quick runs, and break the back of this run chase. It's a small one. It's 30 for 3. And the going rate at the moment is pretty good. 6 overs for 30 runs. That's exactly 5 runs per over. And the required rate is 1.73. So very much in favor of the Windward Islands at the moment.
So Watts has replaced White from this team. Need a center end. So Watts has replaced White. And so it's 30 for 3 after 6 overs. So they're scoring at 5 runs per over. 76 from 264 balls. Required rate 1.73, and they're scoring presently at 5. So Edwards will be facing up to Etienne, facing up to the new bowler Watts from this the media center end.
This could be interesting with Etienne looking to go over the top. Of course, there's a deep mid wicket. She defends the first one and gets it back to the bowler. There's also a wideish long on Gary in position. So they're expecting Etienne to go across the line and in the air. So the fielders are set there for that one. But this is a lovely shot though, 4 runs. Swept all down to the square leg boundary, just slightly backward of square for 4, but a wonderful shot indeed. So far, mission accomplished as far as Etienne is concerned. She was sent out there to get quick runs, and so far she's doing the job well. 9 from 8.
All right, so she's scoring a strike rate of over 100.
She defends well too.
Yeah, she looked quite solid in a defense.
Yeah, she defends well. Plan working so far for the Windwards. And this is a very good single indeed. I'm just turning it down to square leg rather gently. And the fielder had to move quite some distance from short mid-wicket to square leg position to field. And there was also a fielder backward of square who converged on the ball with a teammate, but single was easily taken. So good cricket there from Etienne. And she goes into double figures, 10. So 10 from 10. Sent out to do a job and has been doing the job so far. So wicket or 2 here could make this match even more interesting, but Windwards fighting back. Watts bowling a good line that time, but rather pushing it through. It's in the air, but in fact it's misfielded there by White, who is on the third man, in fact just halfway to the third man boundary, and the ball ran past and ran down to the third man boundary for 4. So precious runs being given away there by White.
Yes, so with the boundary, it has gone to 39. It was a drive, and the ball came from the outer edge, and it dropped in front of White and spun away to her right, and went into the boundary for 4 more runs to the total. So they're really going at a good rate, 5.57. So at this rate, they should get to the total quite quickly.
Well, if Etienne stays there, the rate will continue because she certainly is not mucking around, and she is quite willing to go after the bowling, and has succeeded so far. And the plan working up to this point for Jamaica. And Jamaica looking for another wicket here as Wissam continues. It's a good one outside the off stump and through to Williams, beating the outer edge of Etienne. But Etienne batting without helmet, batting in a cap. And as I've said previously, come the 1st of June, she would be mandated to wear a helmet. She's defending well though. She's getting in behind the line and pushing into the offside. So she's looking good, and she's been doing a good job for a team. And a win here for the Windwards could probably propel them into second position, depending on what happens in the other matches. They are currently in third position by virtue of net run rate. And Guyana is just below them. Both teams are on 8 points, but the Windwards would have a better net run rate. And Guyana, of course, all teams playing today. And a win here for Windwards. And they would be, I'm pretty certain they would be very happy to find themselves in second position.
And Barbados have already dismissed the Leewards. They have won by some 7 wickets. In 12 overs, they got to 75 for 3 in 12 overs. So Barbados winning the Super 50 championship. So congratulations must go to Haley Matthews and the Barbados team.
The Barbados would have won that before they started this round anyhow. It's just icing on the cake for them. An extra 4 points, propelling them to some 20 points. So icing on the cake for Barbados. Undefeated throughout the tournament. Etienne is defending. But in terms of women cricket, though, in the islands, I'm not certain of some of the islands, but I don't think there are too much structures in place in terms of female cricket in the Caribbean. Barbados, for example, I understand that they have a unit which plays with the men in the competition in Barbados. This is a good shot by Etienne, up to extra cover, and just a single. So yes, Gary, I understand that what they do in Barbados is they pit the female players against male players in the local league, and of course you could not ask for better experience for the female players. So a very strong unit, the Barbados team.
Yes, because I think most of the islands you don't have an organized women's competition per se. So some of the players who are good enough, they will play with some of the male teams. It happens, I'm sure not only in Barbados but in the other territories as well, who don't really have an organized women's competition.
Well, actually, what I'm saying is that there's a female unit in Barbados, and that unit plays as a team in the local competition, from what I've gathered.
So it's a full female team playing?
Full female team.
Or I thought that females are playing with the men, in like you might have 9 males and 2 females.
No, it's a full
team.
female
Okay.
team. The full Barbados female team. So, they're getting very good exposure. And that is what I've gathered from, asking around in terms of the structure of cricket in some of the islands.
So another boundary to the Windwards. So they have now progressed. Etienne is on 17.
And Malik Edward. Vanessa Watts has been very flat. She's just pushing it through and not really imparting any spin. And has been easy picking for Etienne. Etienne has been able to keep out quite easily. But now she's getting runs down towards the tournament boundary. 2 runs, in fact. It was shortish and stayed nicely by Etienne. And this has been a good little cameo so far by Etienne. Promoted in the batting order and really producing the goods for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, she's on 19 from 22. So the 9th over has been completed, and the Windwards going merrily along there, 48 for 3. And after losing their captain Fletcher, and then a needless run out of Joseph, the Jamaicans would have thought that they had the Windwards against the wall, but Etienne has come out and she has taken the attack. And we're also seeing that Edwards has also gone on the attack as well. So a good partnership between the 2 players.
58 runs needed, another 246 balls available. And the Jamaica need another 7 wickets. So Windwards on top at this point. Well. That was a fault shot, but it fell well short of the wideish mid-on. It was over the bowler's head. It was in the air, but over the bowler's head by Edward. And she gets away with that one.
Well, she was into the shot a bit too early, and the ball just left the bat in the air, went just over the bowler head.
Edwards, I like to see Edward bat. She's very elegant. One fault is that she does not find the gap too often, but she's a rather elegant player and she times it well. And she has played some very good shots. And here's another good shot. This is a really good shot. It was pitched up on the pads, and she swung it over mid-on and down to the long-on boundary for 4. That's a wonderful shot indeed.
Well, a good shot. Mid-on is in, so all she had to do was to clear the fielder at mid-on. She did that, and she got the boundary. So with that 4, the 50 for the Windwards coming up in 9.2 overs. So the Windwards continue to move very quickly along, and they're scoring at 5.47 runs per over.
40-run partnership between these two. And Edward has moved to 20. Etienne is on 19. So certainly the management for the Windward getting it right. Jamaica needs wicket and needs them very quickly.
So Edwards is on 20 from 22. So she's looking good, timing the ball well. She just needs to place the field a bit more. I'm sure that would come with time in the middle and more practice.
Well, they have put back mid-off to long on and brought in the fine leg to short fine leg inside the 30-yard circle. And
another lovely shot. It was timed beautifully, but the fielder coming across to her left from extra cover, it went through her legs and into the boundary for 4. That probably is Burnett.
Nation.
Oh, Nation, yeah.
Nation. And she is there on the ground still. Should have stopped that. Should not have been a run, as a matter of fact. She's at wideish mid-off, more or less a short extra cover. And that should not have been a run, but instead it ended up being 4. We somehow seems to be afraid to carry the ball up to Edwards after being struck over mid-on for 4. But then, by the same token, they had moved mid-on back to long-on. And you might have thought that she might have given Edwards another opportunity to go over the top and perhaps inducing an error, but she kept it short.
So 10 overs completed the last over. We saw some 8 runs coming, so 56 for 3. And then another 50 runs from 240 balls. So the change of bowling at the media center end. Looks like Brown, left arm, orthodox, will be bowling to the aggressive Etienne.
Yes, I thought the previous bowler was a bit too flat, and Brown being brought into the attack. That was Vanessa Watts, the previous bowler. She was bowling right arm. What appeared to me like some slow medium. I suspect that she's a spinner, but she certainly was just pushing it through. It's a good start there by Brown. And she looks the part. But Jamaica needs wickets and they need them very quickly.
Not a big drive by Etienne, missed it. So Etienne is not going to ease up. He's going to continue to be aggressive.
Oh, my word. After what a very good couple first balls, there was what would be considered a rank long hop down the leg side. We'll wait for the umpire. She now signals wide. So 2 runs were taken by the batters, so 3 runs to the score. But really, a very poor delivery there by Brown.
Not an easy single into the onside. So when the boundaries are not coming, the Windwards are picking up the singles.
Yes, this has been sensible batting by these 2 players for the Windward Islands. And they certain has restored some sanity to the Windward Islands batting, especially after that rather needless run out. And they put the Windward Islands back on track.
No ball.
Well, another poor delivery. In fact, a no ball signal above the waist. And Edward picking up 2 runs. In fact, those 2 runs would bring up the 50 partnership between Edward and Etienne. And 2 runs and now a free hit. So the partnership now 51 runs from 39 deliveries between Edward and Etienne. And now they have a free hit.
That's gone.
And maximum. Oh, that was given the full treatment. It was a poor delivery over pitch, and Edwards swung it over mid-wicket and swung it a long way for a massive 6.
Good shot. She knew that she couldn't be dismissed, so she came down the strip and she got it on the full and swung it over mid-wicket for 6 runs. And the total has rushed down to 69, and we're only in over number 11. 6.37 is the current run rate.
So, Brown being expensive. Started well, but has bowled a few bad deliveries. In fact, she has given away a free hit, which resulted in a 6 being struck. Now Edward defends. 69 it is for 3. And,
So an expensive over there by Brown is some 13 runs, a free hit. It was struck for 6. There's still 1 delivery remaining. So the over has now been completed. So 11 overs, 69 for 338 and 37 runs from 234 balls. And the Windwards certainly seem as though they will win this one. And the match between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago made 139. And Guyana at one point, they were 3 down for one wicket down for 2 runs. So Trinidad will be looking to win that. Once they win, they'll go on to 14. Even if the Windwards were to win here, they'll only end up on 12. So Trinidad will come second, and the Windwards will be placed in third. So the Windwards will be looking to win, and win quite convincingly here at Connery.
Well, if Trinidad win and Windwards win, the position in 1, 2, and 3 remains the same as at the start of this round. And but I guess Windwards might be hoping that Trinidad lose that match. It's still has a long way to go, just 1 wicket down. But they might be hoping that they lose that one and they win here. They are in a very good position. Less than 1 run per over required at this stage. Just some 37 more runs needed. As we see another bowling change. Well, Jamaica giving it away in extras here. Burnett starts with a wide.
So Burnett, when she batted, she was a bit aggressive in her approach. She's a medium pacer, so let us see how she will do it with the ball in hand.
So far, though, the Jamaica and what we have seen from the spinners, they seem to be short on quality spinners. And of course, in this match so far, Fletcher was the destroyer when Jamaica batted. She would have picked up some 6 wickets, and she got spin and bounce. So Jamaica lacking a real strike bowler at this point. We have not seen any one of the spinners that would suggest that they're going to run through the Windward Islands batting. And Windward Islands are doing well at this point. Here's another wide. So down the leg side, and Captain Williams had to dive across the right to prevent that one from going down to the boundary for 4. So getting closer and closer to that 106 required. The Windwards started off rather shakily. The 3rd wicket fell when the score was on 12, when Kiana Joseph was run out. Their captain was dismissed cheaply for 1, Fletcher. Is another one of those elegant drives by Edward down to long off for a single. So it's now 73 for 3, and we're in over number 12. 33 runs required. So Gary, certainly a lot of these matches end in early, teams not going the distance in terms of the number of overs. And of course it suggests that Players have not been exposed enough to uh, the longer version of cricket. In terms of the female especially.
Well, yeah, there's lots of work to be done for the way the women's cricket is concerned in the Caribbean.
Of course, there's a lot to be gained from this particular tournament. It's mandatory that each ICC member field a female team, and there's emphasis on development of women's cricket in the member territories for ICC. And of course, the players, our West Indian players, our West Indian female, despite the fact that some of the innings will not have gone the distance, they certainly are benefiting from these type of tournaments, and they could only develop. The sad thing though is that, as you said earlier on, we have not really seen any emerging players, any new kid on the block, so to speak. But it looks like Nation will be picking up the attack.
Starts at a wide. Keeper is appealing, thinking that maybe she might have gotten an edge, but umpire Laborde has signaled a wide, so extras moved on by 1. So it's, in terms of women's cricket in the Caribbean, as I said, a lot of work to be done, but it has been a learning experience for the teams, especially the team that don't really have organized female cricket in their territory. And the Leewards would be one of those teams that would have had a learning experience, even though they would not have done well, but I'm sure they would come out of this tournament with some experience.
If I'm not mistaken, this perhaps might be Leeward's second year in this tournament. I don't think they have had much. I don't think they would have had much more experience than that in the tournament. They would have been one of the last team to join the tournament. And I'm sure that their game would have benefited somewhat from this tournament. But, of course, management, they would have to go to the drawing board and devise some ways and means by which they could get their players playing. Of course, from Saturday, Gary, we move into the T20 stage of this tournament, tournament which might be better suited to some of the teams. The very shortest, a shorter version of the game, 2020. And, in a 2020 tournament, you cannot really discount any team. It's a shorter time to bat, so one or two good performance by a team could make a difference.
Yes, certainly. So, as I said, that tournament will start on the weekend, but I'm sure that some of the teams, the batters, would want to play sensible cricket. Doesn't mean that because it's 2020, you're going to go out there and play senseless cricket.
No, I'm not suggesting that, of course, as there is a point by Etienne. What I'm suggesting is that in the T20, which is the shorter version, sometimes it's just an individual that puts in a very good performance. It could be in a team that is not one of the favorite teams, and one individual goes in there, puts in a very good performance, and you could see the team over the line. You could easily have upsets in T20. And my thing is that in terms of attention span, in terms of concentration span, for some of the players we have seen in the tournament, the T20 version might be better suited to some of the players, and you might have some closer encounters between the team. And let's hope that we do have some closer ones. We do have some very close and intriguing encounters in the T20 version.
Well, you can look at the teams in the Super 50 and tell some of the players in those teams who would be the go-to players for the T20 games. In Jamaica team, you can look at McLean for sure. She's a big hitter. She's somebody I'm sure that the Jamaicans will look at. We see Etienne here, seems as though she can be someone who can come in the back end and give you a quick fire 30 in a few overs. And in Barbados team, well, obviously you have Hayley Matthews. So there are players who you would have seen in the Super 50 who you know should be able to do well in the 2020 format.
What about the Leewards, Harry? I've only seen them once. I know Saxena has been getting some runs. I think there's Edwards who's been getting some runs also.
Well, the opener, I can only speak, the opener, Melissa Clark, she's a big hitter, but she has not really stayed long enough in the middle to make runs. But none of the batters for the Leewards would have stayed long enough or scored quickly enough. Saxena would have made some runs, but I'm not sure if she's suited for the 2020 because she would have made her runs in a slower time. But so there is no standout player for me for the Leewards you can look at in terms of someone can get runs in the 2020. But as I said, Melissa Clark, she is someone who can hit the ball. So
where's she from?
She's from Nevis.
I suspected so.
Yes. So I can speak about her
very
based on
familiar.
Yes. I'm not too familiar with the others. I know they had a 2020 competition which was concluded recently, and she was one of the players who would have made runs in the tournament.
Willett has not been doing too well for the Leewards. She's the captain.
She has not done well at all.
She has had a run of very low scores, and when I say very low, I'm speaking of 0, 1, etc. I don't know if she has done anything recently, but she's certainly
75. It was dismissed for 75. It's highly unlikely that she would have made one, but we can check and see. And
well, Saxena made 44 out of 59 for the Leewards against the Windwards, so you could never tell. Play was momentarily held up for some refreshment, and we're ready to go again. 75 for 3 from 13 overs, 31 runs required from another 221 deliveries out there, about 222 deliveries in fact. Matt's a little bit off there. Less than 1 run per over required.
Guyana 10 for 1 in the 11th over, so they're going very slow. Just
11th over.
Yeah.
Single down to long on by Edward. And Edward has moved into the 13 rather unnoticed. She's in fact on 35, and Etienne is on 20. Etienne seems to be a player who gets out in the 20s. So perhaps Jamaica could be thinking in terms of getting a wicket at this point. But Etienne has other ideas. She's defending and defending well. But certainly she has played well for the Windwards, and she seems to be very much of a utility player. So Sanelda will hit true to form again, scoring, not scoring today, another duck. So really poor run of form for the Leewards captain.
So it's 76 for 3 in over number 14 here at Connery. Current run rate 5.56. So the Windwards, after being 12 for 3, have seen a very good partnership between Etienne and Edwards that has taken them on the brink of victory, or close to victory.
I would have suspect that Jamaica would have felt they were in with a chance, but the bowling has not been very penetrative. Seems as though the bowling attack for Jamaica is heavily reliant on their
Medium
pacers.
Mm-hmm.
What we have seen of the slow bowlers does not suggest much. And on this easy pace track, it's going to be very difficult for Jamaica to really bowl out the Windward Islands with such a low score on the board. 29 from 216 deliveries. Windwards need to win this one.
So the required rate is 0.81. Presently going at 5.50. And I'm sure Etienne will be looking to finish it in quick time. So Nation will continue from this the media center end.
It's not Nation. It's, Nation.
So Nation, we're just seeing the dismissal of Etienne. Just look at the turn it around the corner and the big figure of White coming forward at backward square, and she fell very, very awkwardly on the ground and might have injured herself. But the good thing, she would have taken the catch, and the Windwards have lost their 4th wicket.
That would be a very heavy fall indeed. She packs a big frame. White, she's easily the biggest person out there, but it was a very good catch, so diving forward. And Etienne, just a while ago, I suggested to you that Etienne is in the zone where she gets out. She seems to get out in the 20s. Of course, she's not a regular top order batter for the Windwards. She was promoted in the order today. And she certainly would have done a job and done it well, and put the Windwards in a very strong position at this point, 74 for 4 from 14.1 overs. But I don't know if it's cramps or she has pulled a muscle, but White is still on the ground. But she really had to stretch forward to take that one very low to the ground, and a very good catch indeed. And she did very well to get to it and to rope it in. But perhaps a little late for the Jamaicans, one never knows.
Well, with 29 runs to go, and you've got the wicket of Etienne. We're not too sure how the other batters will fare. If they can get Edwards out, then they might be able to put some pressure on the remaining batters and see if they can win. But White seems as though she might be going off the field. She is leaving with the physiotherapist. So she is making her way off the field. So the emergency fielder for Jamaica will come onto the field of play. But she took the catch to dismiss Etienne. And so the Windwards have lost their 4th wicket in over number 15.
Crafton is in. She, of course, showed a bit of fight in the last match the Windwards would have played against Barbados. And she and Etienne, in fact, towards the end, they would have put on a good little partnership to take the Windwards to 155. Crafton, in fact, she managed to score some 17 runs, but 17 runs here would go a long way towards the Windward Islands cause. So not a lot more runs to get, just another 29. And Nation happy to get a 1st wicket, goes in. No, this is crazy. Crafton was charging down for a single, and there we saw Edward at the non-striker end leaning on a bat. I don't know if the issue there was that Nation was in a way, and she set off rather late, but the return was a rather weak one, and she had enough time to get to the far end.
A teaser from Nation, but Edwards is not going to be tempted. The match between Guyana and Trinidad, Guyana 16 for 2 in over number 16.
Well, you're batting 16 overs for 16 runs.
Whoa,
my goodness gracious me. She's swinging across the line, and Nation is ecstatic. She has gone on the Zaire run, running down towards short fine leg, picking up a second wicket in the over. And is there another twist in this? 28 runs, 5 wickets down. Jamaica is not out of this, Gary.
A bad shot played by Edwards. The ball looped up on the off side, the off stump, and she was looking to swing it, and she missed it, and she was bowled. So there's hope for Jamaica. They have just gotten 2 wickets in quick succession in the same over, and so the Windwards would want to get these remaining runs, but they certainly will be under pressure. And so the new batter for the Windwards, Glasgow. Glasgow is the opening bowler. And so
last match, though, she would have gotten some runs. She would have scored some 18 runs. Crafton, as I said, would have picked up some 17 runs against Barbados. So just a couple of runs from these two could edge the Windward Islands closer. They're not required to score big. So still the edge slightly with the Windwards, but those 2 wickets certainly would have given Jamaica a sniff at a victory this afternoon, and they're looking a lot more live at this point, and one never knows. This one could go right down to the wire. This one could be a rather exciting finish. Did that one take the edge? The bowler seems to think so. Hands on head, the keeper, the captain seemed to have floated. It was tossed up outside the off stump, and Glasgow was pushing that.
So a successful over for Jamaica has come to an end, and Nation is not afraid to flight or to loop up those deliveries to the batters, to tease them, to test them. And so she would have gotten the 2 wickets. I thought that Edwards played a poor shot. It was a ball which was looped up on the off stump, and she was swinging across the line. No need for that kind of shot because you're in front, and with that wicket, just slightly opening the door for the Jamaicans to go through.
Jamaica really missing a good spinner here, though, particularly in this game. It seems as though our good friend Vanessa is back. Vanessa Watts, of course. And she starts with a wide. Gary, when Watts had her first spell, she was pushing it through. But I noticed she has come back and she's tossing it up.
Well, that's the order of the day right now. Tease the batsman, the batters. see if they will go for the big shot as Edwards did and lost the wicket. Nothing to lose for the Jamaicans.
Quite appeal here.
That was a flutter, faster, and the batter struck on the pad. Another wide, a delivery on the leg stump. And Crafton looking to swing, she missed it. So 80. So 26 remaining for the Windwards to win. Jamaica will have to get 5 wickets if they are to come from behind and win against the Windwards.
25 for tie.
26 to win.
So, could have a tie, you could have a win either way. Of course, we won't have a draw.
No, I don't think there'll be a tie either.
Pardon?
I said, I don't think there'll be a tie. They have enough time. Well, you never know.
Oh, that could be close. But probably going on to miss. Well, it seems as though the umpire might be saying that the bowler might have run in front. He was unsighted, and of course, with no review system, the umpire certainly cannot do anything about that. If he's not seen, he can't give.
Right, so the over is completed, and Watts seemed to be a bit disappointed, but he has no one else to blame but herself because she was standing in front of the umpire. He could not see what was going on down the pitch. So Nation will continue with her bowling. She would have gotten the 2 wickets in the last over, and I'm sure she will continue to float up those deliveries on the off stump to the left-hander. So the long off and the long on. There's also a cover and a mid-wicket on the boundary.
Crafton rather tentatively. Seems as though these batters are going into the shell now, but I think they should continue to apply pressure to the Jamaican bowling, look for the 1s and the 2s and so on. Nation is bowling it rather slowly. She's just looping it up rather slowly. Similarly to Gilbert for the Windwards. Gilbert, of course, much taller than Nation. But she's really buying a wicket here. But here's a good shot, though, from Crafton. In fact, they're back for the second run as the return is not a good one. A good return could have spelled suicide for Glasgow, who was coming to the non-strikers end, but in the end they were able to pick up their 2 runs.
Well, the return came in. When it's hit the ground, it actually went over the head of the ball. If it came to a flatter, it might have been a different outcome. And now Crafton is essering a swing into the onside. That's exactly what Edwards did when she was bowled. So she would have to be careful.
Well, in fact, she changed the shot midway. She shaped to go into the onside and then decided against it. Oh my goodness, that could have been a catch going down. The bowler Nation is in anguish. Quicker delivery and it seemed to have taken the outside edge and threw it to the keeper. And the keeper, who is in fact the captain in today's match, grasped it.
Well, we would never know if it was on edge, but based on the reaction from the bowler, she would have given the impression that the edge was found and it was not taken by the keeper.
Runs again, the return goes to the keepers. Oh my goodness gracious me, to the non-strikers end, and there seemed to be another opportunity. It was a return which dropped short of the bowler and bounced overhead. Nation is by no means a tall person, and it bounced way overhead and it was backed up in the offside there, but not a very good return. And we have seen some returns which are bouncing over the keeper and non-strike and the bowler's head, and perhaps they should try and get these returns a lot closer to their player.
Yes, an opportunity in that over. You could have an opportunity for two opportunities for a run out, and that was not affected because the ball bounced over the hand of the bowler and he couldn't collect it. So Watts will continue.
Meantime, the score's gone on to 85 for 5. So Windwards inching closer. Lots of ball left.
.21 runs to victory for the Windwards.
Wow, this was just catching practice. It was played straight back to Watts, who accepted a rather easy catch from Glasgow, and another twist. 85 for 6, 21 runs to get. Another 4 wickets to go. So, will we see a tight finish here? Will the Windwards get home easily? Are we going to have a tie? Well, we'll never know. The Jamaican team started quite well, and then after losing 3 wickets for 12 runs, we saw a half-century partnership between the Tobatos Edward and McLean, who was promoted in the order, but these two departed quickly within some short distance of each other, and it's now Noel who goes to the crease. So 85 for 6, 21 runs, 196 balls to be bowled, and this match becoming more and more interesting.
We saw a game previously where the Jamaica versus Guyana game, the Guyanese were trying very, very hard to lose that game. And now we see most of the Windwards are doing the same thing here against Jamaica.
So Gary, runs are very precious at this point, but I see that Jamaica has the field flung far and wide. And at a juncture like this, don't you think that they should apply some more pressure in terms of the field placing and put pressure on these batters?
Well, the way they're bowling, those looping up deliveries, it doesn't make any sense to have the fielders in close. Because if they're going to go after those full deliveries, obviously the long off and the long on will come into play.
But they're not trying to do so, but this is bowled all over the place. Noel bowled off stump by a quicker delivery from Vanessa Watts, and certainly this game has certainly turned on its head. 85 for 7, and Windwards, you could say, clutching, pulling defeat from the jaws of victory, if I can put it that way.
I think a similar thing happened in the game against Barbados, where the innings folded quite quickly against Barbados, the Windwards. So the long half of the Windwards batting seemed to be very, very brittle. And the Jamaicans are certainly exploiting it here at the Connery playing field. The Windwards, with that partnership between Etienne and Edwards, they were looking solid and they were looking like the victory was in sight easily. Now, after their partnership was broken, we have seen a number of wickets. It has been a procession of batters torn from the pavilion, and they are now 7 wickets down, still 21 runs away. And Jamaica you would think that Jamaica has a slight advantage.
Well, certainly at this point, with that 7th wicket going down, certainly advantage Jamaica at this point. I did say at the start that the Windward Islands were heavily reliant on the captain, Fletcher and Kiana Joseph, and those two went very cheaply. But we saw some stout resistance from Edward and Etienne. But since these two have departed, it's been a steady trek to and from the crease for the Windward Island batters. And they're afraid to go after the bowling at this point. And this is one of the reasons why I strongly feel that Jamaica could apply a lot more pressure at this point and try and prize out these 3 remaining wickets. But certainly Watts has picked up 2 for 18, and Nation was also picked up 2 wickets. She certainly has given a team a chance. She's the one who got the breakthrough. And at one point, it seems as though it was going to be a stroll in the park for the Windwards. But certainly Windwards capitulating at this point. 21 runs adrift. And really struggling at this point. So the match really has developed into an interesting stage. Jamaica went at one point, they thought that they were out of it, very much in it at this point. But here's a good blow. It was one tossed up by Nation and swung over a backward square by Crafton for a very good 6. So 6 very useful runs, really biting into the required amount of runs, taking it from 21 down to 15. So a good blow struck there by Crafton, and reduces the target considerably. Now Nation goes quicker, and it's defended, but certainly a good blow struck by Crafton, easing the pressure for the Windward Islands and putting them back on track. And that 6 seems to have given Crafton some confidence. He's defending stoutly. She's looking solid. Lots of deliveries left. 2 6s in this inning so far. And they've had some 24s, so a high percentage of the runs coming in boundaries for the Windwards. $15 to get 2 wickets to go. Crafton is defending. In the battle, of course, Tracy Byron, she's the non-striker. As the over comes to an end. So Gary, a 6 by Crafton in that over, really easing the tension a bit for the Windward Islands.
Yes, and certainly changed the approach of the bowler as well. After that 6, she started to push the deliveries to a little flatter. She had done away with the looped up deliveries on the off stump. So with that shot, it changed the approach of Nation. And the Windwards should still feel that they could get across the line, but Jamaica will want to keep on the pressure and see if the Windwards will continue to wield under the pressure.
Well, Tracy is looking to force Tracy. Byron, that is looking to force into the offside. She defends well that time into the onside. But looking at the field, there's a slip in place and there's a backward point, cover point, extra cover in the air, out towards mid-on, and she's on her way. She's gone, caught. That looks like the fielder there looks like Wilmot, in fact, Kate Wilmot, the fielder there who took that catch. It was a good catch. It was struck in the air by Tracy Byron, and she ran forward and took it on the run, held on to it, and 8 wickets down now for 91 runs. Still 15 to get. Are we in for a tie? Is Jamaica going to pull this one out of the fire? They're very close. 2 wickets to go.
We're in for a close game. Close, 2 wickets in hand, and the Jamaicans, the Windward Islands, will need 15 more runs if they are to win. And the way the wickets have been falling, the Jamaicans will feel like they can pull this one off. After making 105, I'm sure the Windwards would have been feeling comfortable that they would be able to win this. But lost 3 early wickets, then there was a good partnership. And then we have seen a flurry of wickets for the Windwards.
So, the new batter is there, that's the keeper. That's Cassie Williams, who is on strikes, he's a left-hander. She defends well too. She was given instruction by Crafton just to hold your end, just to sit there. Two wickets to get, and she defends well, looking rather stylish too, pushing into the offside. So it's over to Crafton, who will be on strike now.
So 20 overs completed, 91 for 8. So Crafton, who is there, she would have struck a 6 in the last over. And let us see how will Nation approach her bowling from this the media center end. If she's going to continue to loop up, or she's going to be bowling flat and fast.
Well, she has to be very careful here. The runs are precious commodities at this point. This is a nice drive by Crafton, and immediately exposing Cassie Williams to the strike. But perhaps she has some confidence, you know. But and at the same time, she probably thought that there might have been an opportunity for a second run, and she set off quickly for the first run.
14 more remaining, 14 for the Windwards to win, 2 wickets for Jamaica.
That one was rather slow from Nation, slow and short, and Cassie Williams was onto the back foot and punching up to long off for a single. The turn was in from McLean, but the batters were safely home. So 1 precious run there to the Windwards. Another 13 runs to get. The
I think she should try another loop of delivery to Crafton and see what will happen.
She has to be
She has
careful.
nothing to lose.
She has to be careful. She doesn't know where toss though. This is good batting here from the Windwards. Just pushing it down to long on for a single. And it was fielded there. Just about 3/4 way to the long on boundary by Bonnet number 25, and just a single, but reducing the score by singles. Tossed up, but a bit too short.
Too short. Need to bring the batter forward.
So another over comes to an end. Of course, the target, of course, 106 runs. Jamaica being dismissed for 105. And Windwards really struggling to get to that target after recovering nicely from a post start of 12 for 3. They have been losing wickets in quick succession, but just 12 runs to get, and they're still fighting. And Crafton is not going to give it away. And you could see the intent, concentration from Crafton. Well, what is given away now by Watts is a wide. And those are precious runs, precious commodities at this time. Batter caught in 2 minds at the time going forward, and appeared to have been slightly beaten outside the off stump. My goodness. Is the catch really taken? Yes, it seems so. It seems so. It was driven back on the offside by Crafton. Catch taken, and then she seemed to have thrown it up. But, you know, I am always skeptical about people tossing ball into the end, sort of stuff.
No, I think she had control of it. It was straightforward. She took it and she had control. So that I don't think there was any issue whether or not the catch was clean. But what is the issue is that the Windwards have lost 9 wickets. So there's 1 wicket remaining, 1 wicket between Jamaica and winning this game here at the Connery playing field. The Windwards still in a further 11 runs, so it's a close game. So let us see which way it will go.
Well, we are saying close, but even with 11 runs, it's not a pain to be that close because there's a steady possession of Windward Islands wickets going down. There's not much resistance at this point. So the new batter, of course, is Gilbert. And she, of course, will be looking to take a team home. And right away we see the field coming inside the 30-yard circle, more pressure being applied to the batter. The Jamaicans are saying, if you're going to get runs, you have to try and get them over the top. This is a poor delivery. Flat. Pushed through there by Watts, and ball outside the leg stump and signal wide. So 1 more to the score. 10 it is. This time it's up in the black hole and played into the offside by Gilbert. So 96 it is for 9. Another 10 runs needed to win the Windwards. Another 9 runs to tie. Gary says that there's not going to be a tie today. So we'll just have to wait and see.
So 1 wicket in hand for the Windwards. And certainly the Jamaicans have clawed their way back into this game by some poor shots at time from the Windward Islands batters. And the Jamaican bowlers are bowling some teasers, some looped up deliveries.
Oh,
flat
the
and
P
fast.
goes up, but the umpire says no.
That's not out. Obviously, from this distance, it's going down the onside. And Nation would have to be careful in the way she's appealing and demonstrating. Umpire Laborde is in the best position. She said not out. But Jamaica just need 1 more wicket to win against the Windwards.
So, the umpire, of course, not being fooled by the exuberance of the Jamaican players. Good single there. Nicely played by Cassie Williams. Down to Whitish mid on for a single. Inching closer, the Windwards.
That's all you need. Singles, 9 singles will do it for the Windwards. 1 wicket will do it for Jamaica.
Tossed up and taking a long time to reach the batter. And Gilbert defends. This one is quicker struck. Will the finger go up? It does. Yes, it does. That one seemed to be well in front. And Gilbert is struck in front and given out leg before by umpire Candice Laborde, and it's all over now for the Jamaica team, snatching a victory, an unlikely victory, after having scored 105 runs. But 105, you know, it was on the board, and they say runs on the board or runs on the board. And the Windward certainly, they would have shot themselves in the foot. And they fell short by some. In fact, they lost by 8 runs. And they would have needed another 9 to win. So they would have lost by 8. 8 runs, they fell short by 8. And Windwards continued to make a number of errors. The captain especially, had she kept herself on, they might have had a lot less to chase. Instead of 106, they might have had 76 or 86, but she opted to take herself out of the attack when she was very much on top. And in the end, after a good partnership, they really capitulated. But of course, one of the problems with the Windward Islands team is that the captain, the batting is very reliant on the captain, and Kiana Joseph to a lesser extent. We have seen good cameos from Edward, and at one point we would have had a good knock from Marceline, the opening batter and keeper, but certainly the Windward Island middle continues to look rather weak.
Yes, so a good comeback win there for Jamaica, so they will end the tournament on 8 points, the same number of points as the Windwards. So it's only the net run rate that will determine who will be placed high on the table. But the Windwards would have thrown away an opportunity to win this game here today. And so, but we saw a good performance in terms of the bowling, where the captain would have gotten 6 wickets and would dismiss Jamaica for 105. So we tell you that the game here at Warner Park has been concluded, and at Connery, sorry, and the Jamaicans winning by some 8 runs over the Windwards. So we conclude our commentary from Connery. So thank you for joining us. Jamaica winning this final game in the final round here of the Super 50 competition.
Fun? You don't run past that?
No, my God, they didn't answer.
Oh.